And also a lot of red state district residents rely on Medicaid for health coverage. There's, depending on the estimates, 72 million, 80 million Americans on Medicaid. So if you throw a lot of people off that, not only are you hurting those people, you're hurting rural hospitals, which rely heavily on Medicaid to stay in business. You're hurting economies there. So there's a balance to be struck there, but it's a lot of money that you could save by curbing Medicaid.
All right, Mike Dorning, thank you so much, keeping an eye on this ever-evolving story on Capitol Hill for us. We appreciate it, and we want to turn now and get more from our political panel. Rick Davis is with us, of course, Bloomberg Politics contributor, partner at Stone Court Capital, and Republican strategist, alongside Democratic strategist Adam Hodge, who's managing director at Bully Pulpit International. Welcome to you both, as we're still keeping an eye here on Vatican City, awaiting the news of who exactly the Pope the conclave has just elected actually is. We focus on Capitol Hill, and Rick, when we consider this question still remaining about whether or not they're willing to cut Medicaid substantially, questions remaining on SALT, how likely is it in your mind that we end up with a package that is nowhere near as big and beautiful as President Trump has suggested it will be, either because there aren't adequate spending cuts or there isn't as many tax cuts as he would like to see because there aren't adequate spending cuts?
Yeah, Kayleigh, this has been the topic of Republicans in the Senate who gathered this week to discuss just how are they going to try and fashion this bill with all the pressures, that are on them from both the spending side but also the revenue side, and they're all echoing the same thing, which is, gosh, we should have stuck to the Thune plan, gotten the tax cuts, gotten the defense spending, gotten the border bill, and then dealt with some of these other exigent issues. So too late for that, but the fashioning of this bill is going to have to be art, not science. Science would say, I've got certain things that each member is going to need for their reelection. We're going to buy them in and fashion a bill that's sort of tacked together. And frankly, that bill could be even bigger than the big, beautiful bill because you're going to have to give away so much. But you can't do that and then hold on the spending side. So it's really going to be difficult by now, forget Memorial Day, to get to the 4th of July with even the confines of a bill that is going to be supported by all these Republicans, especially the divergent group within the House, is going to be near impossible at this stage. So the bill we think we're going to see is probably not the bill that's going to get a floor vote.
Adam, how is this taking shape from the Democratic perspective? We saw Chuck Schumer earlier this week on our airwaves talk about his concerns over Medicaid and the potential threat of cuts to that program. Does this tee up a good talking point for the party coming into 2026?
It does, and it's a familiar playbook. Rick and everybody can remember back in 2006, when the Bush administration talked about privatizing Social Security, Democrats were flailing a bit. They were able to hone on to this message about the Republican attempts to cut Social Security, and you will see the same playbook this time around, and it's been proven to be effective. That's why some of the Republican members in the Senate and in the House are already balking at the price tag. I mean, Don Bacon in Nebraska put down a marker for $500 million in Medicaid cuts, because I think they know that a lot of these cuts are deeply unpopular with their voters, and it certainly opens up a number of these swing district Republicans, while there may be fewer of them these days, who really would be in jeopardy if there were massive cuts to Medicaid. Then the Democrats are going to hammer that every day until Election Day for the next 15 months.
So as we consider what this ultimately looks like, how the votes will be counted, if the votes are there at all, I also want to ask you, Rick, about the votes that evidently were not there for Trump's original pick to be Surgeon General, as well as the top prosecutor, federal prosecutor in D.C. He said today he's pulling Ed Martin's nomination, who's been acting as the D.C. prosecutor in that role. Not clear who he's going to replace him with, but he also replaced his original Surgeon General nominee with Casey Means yesterday. And I wonder what that signals to you after the Senate, by and large, Matt Gaetz aside, was willing to choke down every other nominee he put forward. What was different about these two?
Well, I think getting your cabinet through is usually a loyalty test more than an experience test. And we saw that happen. There were votes traded for the importance of Trump getting his cabinet versus how well positioned, educated, experienced they are in the field that they were getting appointed. So that trade-off definitely went to loyalty to Trump. I think that's shifted to experience matters now, and these are much more functional jobs. Not that there's anything disparaging about being a cabinet secretary, but they're general managers and spokespeople, at least in the Trump construct. And these folks actually have a job that requires a lot of focus on details and technology in some cases, but also in this case the law. And all of a sudden, the experience in that area is really, really critical. And so these are not the level of jobs that Donald Trump's going to go to the mat for. If he did, he'd probably get them. But right now, the administration is trading these kind of job-related issues to what we were just talking about, which is they're going to break their pick on this big, beautiful bill. They do not need to be muscling a bunch of senators around right now, just to get marginal picks through the Senate confirmation process.
Adam, we also got. I was going to ask Adam about the trade deal, actually, because that was the other big piece of news today on the from the White House. We heard the president talking about his big, beautiful reconciliation bill, but that was in the context of the event where he announced an agreement on trade with the United Kingdom, the first he has forged since taking office and since launching a trade war against the world. What are you making of this, and how does it set the stage for negotiations with other American trading partners?
Yeah, no, look, we got some white smoke out of the White House today, too, on the trade front, in addition to what we got at the Vatican. I think it's no surprise that the UK was the first out of the gate here. Remember, the Trump administration spent a lot of time negotiating a potential free trade agreement with the UK in his first term. They didn't get it across the finish line. In the Biden administration, we tried to take a little bit of a different approach to that relationship. And so it's no surprise that coming back to, like, they had the bones of an agreement that they could lean on for this initial agreement. But I want to make clear, this is a framework. There's still going to be more negotiations. The devil's always in the details with these agreements. And it remains to be seen whether this is the kind of, like, bigger package that ultimately has to get put up for a vote by the U.S. Congress. And that, if there are major changes on tariffs, I think that's the type of thing that where Congress gets involved, and it raises the doubts about whether it actually gets across the finish line in a sort of a bigger trade agreement. Not going to stop the White House from the pageantry and having a deal, because then they need it to try to help calm the markets, and you're seeing some of that reaction today.
Well, Adam, you talked about how they need this in the moment. During the announcement, the president signaled that it would be coming weeks. Is that an optimistic timeline, given all the fine print that needs to be typed out?
I mean, I never want to, cast doubt on the skills of my former colleagues at USTR, but that's tough. It may be a month, 6 weeks before they get the final details nailed down. And I think that when you're talking about, agriculture or steel and aluminum tariffs, I mean, those are all really sticky issues, and the language with how those goods are imported really, really matters. Because you're talking about moving billions and billions of dollars of goods, and so that people want to make sure that they are ironclad. So that's where I think you'll see this take some time to get across the finish line. I do want to, though, take a step back lastly and just make the point: we're still going to have 10% tariffs across the board with the UK, which is still pretty high for what we are with the economy. So as much as this is progress on certain issues, it does raise the floor, and that ultimately will raise costs in the bulk of goods between the U.S. and the UK.
And Rick, in our final minute here, keeping in mind the timing of this, announcing this deal before it is fully signed, sealed, and delivered, completely ironed out, what does that signal to you about how eager the Trump administration was to have something tangible to show for its post-Liberation Day negotiations?
I think Donald Trump's been watching the consumer sentiment. I think he's been seeing the economy, and I think he realizes that in order to continue to grow the economy and not have GDP go in the negative, he's got to start getting some momentum. And this was a good momentum play, right? I mean, he obviously got that out in the public with the cooperation of Prime Minister Starmer, quicker than any trade deal that anybody can imagine doing. And of course, yes, all these details need to be dealt with, but this was a PR stunt and it worked. Markets reacted very positively. Kudos to Ambassador Mandelson, experienced trade negotiator. This deal wouldn't have happened without him there. Starmer was not a Trump favorite. Boris Johnson couldn't get it done, who was a Trump favorite in his first term. This is a pretty smart UK team.
All right, Rick Davis and Adam Hodge, our political panel on this Thursday. Thank you both so much for joining us as we follow the news on trade, but also the news out of Rome. As we have a live shot, if you're with us on YouTube, you can see live images of Vatican City in the aftermath of the white smoke emerging from the Sistine Chapel. The Cardinals, all 133 of them, have elected a new pope, and we are keeping an eye on the balcony at Vatican City of St. Peter's Basilica to see who that new pope will be, and ultimately, Mike, what name he chooses and what that might signal about the future of the Catholic Church.
There is so much symbolism in the decisions that the Pope makes, the new Pope makes, about his name, but also what he wears. You'll remember that Pope Francis rejected the red shoes and instead wore something just very plain. So we'll be looking to see what that is.
All right, and we will keep an eye on Vatican City, and we have much more ahead on this in our next hour of Balance of Power, which will begin right now with eyes on Washington and also on Rome. Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lyons in Washington alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard. Joe Matthew is off today as we are witnessing history and Rome. Our eyes on Vatican City after the Cardinals, who began their conclave only yesterday to elect the successor of the late Pope Francis, have indeed chosen the next pope. The name still unknown. We are awaiting the new pope to emerge from the balcony, but a moment in history that we are keeping an eye on here on Bloomberg TV and radio. And Mike, considering that the conclave was relatively short in duration, again, the 133 cardinals participating only assembling yesterday for the first day of that conclave, and already they have made the selection of the next pontiff. We're just waiting to see who ultimately that person is and what they signal about the future direction of the Catholic Church.
Well, that's right. And for the Church's 1.4 billion members globally, there is a lot at stake. They are wanting to know what direction the Catholic Church will be heading. Will it stay on the course that Pope Francis set, a more liberal one, a much more progressive one, or will it move back toward what we saw under his predecessor, Pope Benedict, one that was much more tradition-bound and much more conservative? And there are different elements and strands within the Church that are pulling in different directions. So the fact that the Cardinals were able to meet, the 133 in the conclave, in the College of Cardinals, were able to meet and reach this decision so quickly, signals that they want at least a show of unity and that there is an overwhelming favorite in their midst.
Well, and as we await who that favorite ultimately is, we turn to Chiara Albanese, Bloomberg's Rome bureau chief, who is joining us now on Bloomberg TV and radio. Chiara, obviously the white smoke emerged just within the last hour. We were told that it could take roughly an hour for the new pope to actually emerge. Do we have any sense of how much closer we are getting to the moment where they will speak in Latin from the balcony and introduce the new pope, and we understand who that person is and what name they have chosen?
Well, it could be literally any second that we have the Habemus Papam, but the more time that it will take could actually signal that they are preparing the Pope, that he will have his own mark also already in the first appearance he will make from St. Peter's. Everyone is guessing who the person will be. Clearly, the fact that the conclave was quite short is telling us that one of the favorites, one of the names that we've become a bit more familiar with in the last few days, is likely to appear from the balcony.
Chiara, we're watching images of throngs gathered in St. Peter's Square, awaiting those words that you described to announce a new pope, Habemus Papam. But what is the mood and what has it been since Pope Francis's death and now as we await a successor?
This conclave and also Pope Francis' death and the days that followed have been definitely felt very dearly across Rome. It is the Jubileum year, so a lot of pilgrims and tourists already were planning to be in the Eternal City, and that only kind of attracted more crowds. St. Peter has been filled with pilgrims and believers and faithfuls, but also with tourists and just curious and Romans that thought about playing a part and witnessing with their own eyes what is happening in those days, and literally is history in the making.
Well, it certainly is, and history still to be made as the church moves forward into the future. Chiara, of the candidates we understand that maybe were highest ranking in the minds of the cardinals, if you will, the ones who were understood to be favorites, how differently in terms of direction could they take the Catholic Church depending on who was chosen, knowing that they are succeeding a pope who was seen as much more liberal and progressive than those who had come before him?
Yes, a lot is at stake here because the Pope Francis was a very specific figure, but also he was loved, but also not by everyone. So the name that will come out of the balcony will tell us a lot and will impact not only the Catholic Church, but also a lot of like geopolitics and diplomacy and what is going on around the world. So we should expect really a big and deep impact by the decision that has been made today in the Sistine Chapel.
Chiara, what are some of the most divisive issues that the new pontiff will have to confront as he takes this new office?
Well, there are definitely some issues that have been divisive in the Catholic Church for ages, which is the role of women and also the approach to social rights, to LGBTQ faithful, but also how to approach and how much the church should be involved in conflicts, for example, in Gaza, Israel, and what is happening in Russia and Ukraine. We have some candidates, for example, Parolin, that have been as background some diplomatics, and they have been involved already in trying to become players in the geopolitical arena. So those are also issues that are going to be impacted by the decision.
Well, and I also wonder what's going to happen just inside the Vatican. As we know, Pope Francis, while being much less favored of the pomp and circumstance in both his life and, frankly, his death, with the changes we saw him making to the traditional funeral proceedings in the aftermath of his passing, Chiara, how is the infrastructure of the Vatican itself and the changes he made different than before he became the Pope? And do we expect to see that with whoever his successor ultimately is, or could we see a reversion back to what was previously normal?
Well, the church is an institution that is as traditional as progressive at the same time. So under Pope Francis, a lot has been done in terms of cleaning up, for example, the finances and also the image. It's quite surprising, for example, how this conclave was very neatly run also in terms of media communication. It has all worked really well. Rome has supported and survived very well to the floods of tourists and people that arrived. So we should expect also to have the Catholic Church evolving into the next century really, really well, and continue to do so even under the next Pope.
And what can we expect in terms of that demographic shift we were just talking about in access to regions that have not been represented as well? And we're thinking of places like Haiti and Bangladesh that now have representation in the college. How much influence will they start to wield?
Well, if we will have a pope that is not Italian and that will be from Asia or Africa, that will also tell a lot in terms of like how much the demography of those continents is weighing on the church itself. And we have a lot of candidates that have been touted as potential popes that are coming from those regions. So definitely this is going to be, the geographical argument of the new pope is going to be a crucial element in the assessment we're going to make in the coming days and hours.
All right, Chiara Albanese joining us from Rome, where she is our bureau chief here at Bloomberg. Thank you so much. Again, we're keeping a live eye on Vatican City here on Bloomberg TV and our ears on it as well on Bloomberg Radio. as the cardinals, all 133 of them who just assembled for the conclave yesterday, have indeed elected a new pope. We are awaiting that new pope's emergence from the balcony, and of course, his name to be spoken. And as we do so, we add a new voice to our conversation here in our breaking news coverage and turn to Christy Traina. She is professor at Fordham University, here with us live on Bloomberg TV and radio. Professor, we appreciate your time. Obviously, there will be some immediate signals when the Pope does emerge from the balcony. His attire, the name that he chooses, how important are those in terms of giving us our first glimpse, our first piece of understanding as to what kind of Pope this person is aspiring to be?
I think they're fairly important, but not ultimately comprehensive, right? First impressions are lasting ones, and so indeed the simplicity or opulence of his dress, and even more importantly, the name that he chooses will most likely indicate his direction. If he chooses one of the last three popes' names, that will be hugely significant. But if he chooses a name that isn't on that list, that will also indicate that he's wanting to be independent in some way of the trends that they set.
Christy, when it comes to this new pontiff and his approach to the church, what sort of change in direction are we expecting? Francis brought such a progressive approach and point of view that was a marked contrast from his predecessor. Are we expecting a move back to something that Pope Benedict, for instance, had advocated?
Well, that's a real puzzle because Francis was pastorally progressive but theologically conservative, and the new pope could embrace both of those trends or only one. So it's important to see what happens, right? Francis was a complex figure and left a complex legacy, and so which pieces of that legacy the new pope picks up is the question.
I would note for our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio, you're hearing some of the sounds from St. Peter's Square in Vatican City, as there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people assembled to get their eyes on this new pope now that the conclave has indeed elected one. But I would almost expect it, Mike Shepard, to be louder than it is. There are many people who are waiting in, frankly, kind of stoic silence, keeping their eyes on the balcony here.
Well, I think they want to be able to hear the words in Latin to announce a new pontiff, Habemus Papam. A significant moment and a personal moment, as we've heard from so many Catholics already, and what this means for them and their relationship with the church.
Well, and on that note, Professor, as we consider, you were talking about the kind of complexities of Pope Francis, the complexity of issues that he is dealing, or what was dealing with, and that the church was dealing with. What are those foremost issues that the new pope will have to take on and navigate for the world's more than 1 billion Catholics?
Internally within the church, the Pope is going to have to do something that's not very romantic or fun, which is continue the bureaucratic reorganization of the Vatican, which was begun under Francis. Also, hopefully, to continue the synodal initiative. That's a fancy word for having conversations across people at different levels and in different geographic areas among Catholics to get a sense of what our pastoral priorities should be. Will the new pope continue that, or will the new pope basically ignore that initiative? But also there are enormous issues within the church. I think one of the most prominent is the role of women in ministry. Will the new pope pursue women deacons? And if so, will they be ordained or will they be simply appointed? That's a big question. And then there are questions about LGBTQ issues within the church, clearly. But there's also the question in African countries of what to do about polygamy and marriage. So when we look with a Western lens, we really only see part of the picture.
When it comes to that lens, the Western lens, here in America, there are a lot of Catholics watching the proceedings unfold now with high anticipation. And the American delegation to the College of Cardinals was 11 at our last count. What is at stake for the U.S. Church here now? It has had to grapple with a lot of those issues.
I think actually what's most at stake for the U.S. Church is what kinds of cardinals will be appointed in the near future to replace those who are retiring or just to indicate a direction. The U.S. Church is divided at the moment, and I think that there's a possibility of creating more unity depending on who's appointed by the new pope in the next few years. I think that's one of the most important things that's at stake.
Well, and as we look outside of the Western lens, as you were alluding to earlier, Professor, when we consider kind of Catholicism globally, and I am watching the balcony here, we are seeing the doors open. This is live on Bloomberg TV and radio. The new pope is emerging after being elected in Vatican City. For our listeners on radio, he is adorned in red, and we're listening for those words to be spoken in Latin. We have a pope.
Annuncio vobis gaudium magnum. Habemus papam. Eminentissimum ac reverendissimum Dominum, Dominum Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae Cardinalem Prevost, qui sibi nomen imposuit Leonem decimum quartum.
Was one of the cardinals live in Vatican City announcing we have a pope on the balcony at the Vatican. We are waiting to see who that pope actually is after the conclave of 133 cardinals elected him after just a few rounds of voting. And Christy, as we await the actual emergence of the Pope here, as cardinals are assembling on the other wings of the balconies, and he walks out, those gathered in St. Peter's Square, obviously waiting with anticipation. How important is this moment?
Well, it's a moment of great suspense, and it's a moment in which people can be prepared to offer their blessing to the new pontiff, ask for the guidance of the Holy Spirit, and anticipate his first actions as Pope.
And we understand now who that person is as we await for his emergence from the balcony. The Cardinals elected Robert Francis Prevost as the next Pope, an American, a 69-year-old American who served as head of the late Pope Francis's main advisory group on picking new bishops, born in Chicago, to a family that had many roots elsewhere, including in Italy. But again, it is Cardinal Prevost who has been elected Pope Michael Shepherd, and we're awaiting him to emerge from the balcony now, keeping a close eye on the name he will have chosen after his given name.
And Kayla, we are seeing headlines that are saying that he has chosen the name Leone the 14th. And Leone the 24th, I'm sorry, and it is history-making to see an American chosen as Pope. This is the first U.S. cleric to be chosen to lead the Catholic Church from the Holy See. We did have a South American leader, of course, in Pope Francis, but this is certainly a moment in history for American Catholics and for the 1.4 billion Catholics worldwide who've been waiting in eager anticipation for this announcement.
Yeah, to your point, Mike, this will now be the second Pope from the Americas, Francis having been the first, but the first from the United States of America. And Professor Chrissy Trina of Fordham University, an American Pope, did you expect us to be at this moment?
I actually did not. I'm quite surprised. I'm very interested also that he's fairly young for a pope, so people must feel, the cardinals must feel very confident in the direction that he would set. He also has strong connections in Latin America and is somewhat of a protege of Francis's. I'm curious about the name that he has chosen, whether this means that he intends to be a strongly theologically involved pope. Pope Leo XIII was the great promoter of Thomas Aquinas in Catholic theology and in applying the thought of Thomas Aquinas to social problems. And so I'm wondering if perhaps Prevost is leaning in that direction.
Do we know how close he was to his predecessor, Pope Francis? They both had ties to Latin America. Cardinal Prevost, during his time before becoming Pope, had spent years in Peru as a missionary and then as an archbishop. So what sort of connection might they have forged?
They might have forged a connection over common issues, and it's also true that Francis brought him to the Vatican for a while, which is seen as an indication that Francis wanted him to get to know the European cardinals and become known within the Vatican apparatus so that he would be a familiar quantity, if not for election to Pope, for some other senior position.
Well, and when we consider the level of seniority he already had, now his elevation to pontiff, again, we should keep in mind that it only took a few rounds of votes to actually bring him to this moment where he would be the next pope. What does this tell you about the 133 cardinals who have never, obviously not all of them having partaken in conclaves before, but chosen an American to be the leader of the Catholic Church, and the kind of unity they were able to find on this individual?
I think it's likely that the long set of meetings in the lead up to the conclave may have smoothed that pathway significantly. I was expecting a long conclave, but it's my impression that serious meetings about the direction of the church and the kind of leadership that would be needed began even before the funeral. So I think they've had time to reach some consensus on those issues.
Christy, how does the selection of an American to lead the church intersect with the geopolitics that we are seeing outside of questions of faith and religion? Certainly, the U.S. under President Donald Trump is taking a very different posture toward its allies and adversaries alike. How does an American pope handle all of that?
That is a very good question. And that remains to be seen. But what I think this does indicate is that there's a desire possibly to go back to the global north for leadership, but to signal distance from Europe in doing that. And so that's probably part of what's going on. I do expect that Prevost will not endorse President Trump's main initiatives. The indication is that he will oppose them pretty strongly. And so it remains to be seen how much pressure there will be put on the U.S. by the Vatican and vice versa.
For the benefit of our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio, I'll just reiterate where we are at this moment in history. As we've been discussing, Cardinal Prevost has been elected as the next pope, having chosen the name Leone the 24th to be his papal name. He, of course, will make history as the first ever pope from the United States. And as we see cardinals amassed on the balconies in Vatican City, we are awaiting his emergence, knowing his name now, Mike, but not knowing how he will adorn himself as he greets the hundreds, if not thousands, of people there to support him and to see his face as he takes this position in St. Peter's Square.
And this is one of those key elements of symbolism that Pope Francis, when he assumed the papacy, sought to change. He sought to wear simpler vestments and shoes. He refrained from wearing the red shoes we've seen previous pontiffs wear, and instead just chose to wear brown street shoes, and in a way showing some solidarity with other members of the worldwide church, many of whom don't have the means, and many of whom he had sought to help in so many different ways.
Well, that's absolutely right. It is a question of whether or to what extent that legacy will continue, knowing, as we were just discussing with Professor Christy Traina of Fordham University, that there was a relatively close relationship between the late Pope Francis and the new Pope, as Francis was the one who elevated Prevost to serve as the head of the office that essentially vets bishop nominations around the globe. And we want to add another voice to this conversation now here on our live coverage on Bloomberg TV and radio as we're still awaiting the emergence of the Pope himself. Mary C. Boyes is with us. She is professor of practical theology at Union Theological Seminary, as Christy Traina is still with us as well. Professor Boyes, thank you so much for joining us as we consider the history-making nature of the conclave's decision today, electing an American to be the next pope, succeeding Pope Francis. What is your immediate reaction?
My immediate reaction is that this was unexpected, at least among many people that I would know and the people whom I read. He is an American, but he hasn't spent a great deal of time in the American church. And I think the fact that he was close to Francis.
And Mary, I apologize. We have to cut you off as the new pope has just emerged, now waving to those assembled at St. Peter's Square in Vatican City. Let's listen to this for a moment live on Bloomberg TV and radio.
in a church, such as saying Mass or holding confession or something like that.
And we are about to
here he
hear from
comes.
the Pope.
La pace sia con tutti voi. Fratelli, sorelle carissimi, questo è il primo saluto del Cristo risorto, il buon pastore che ha dato la vita per il gregge di Dio. Anch'io vorrei che questo
The
saluto
Pope beginning
di
by
pace
saying, "Peace be with you,"
entrasse nel
obviously
vostro
speaking in
cuore,
Latin as we listen to him live here on
raggiungesse
Bloomberg
le vostre
TV and
famiglie,
radio.
a tutte le persone, ovunque siano, a tutti i popoli, a tutta la terra. La pace sia con voi.
And as the Pope listens to the crowd in St. Peter's Square's reaction to his first words, we do hear from President Trump reaction congratulating the new American Pope with what he calls excitement.
Umile e perseverante. Proviene da Dio, Dio che ci ama a tutti incondizionalmente. Ancora conserviamo nei nostri orecchi quella voce debole ma sempre coraggiosa di Papa Francesco che benediva Roma. Il Papa che benediva Roma dava la sua benedizione al mondo intero quella mattina del giorno di Pasqua. Consentitemi di dar seguito a quella stessa benedizione. Dio ci vuole bene, Dio vi ama a tutti e il male non prevarrà. Siamo tutti nelle mani di Dio. Pertanto, senza paura, uniti, mano nella mano con Dio e tra di noi, andiamo avanti. Siamo discepoli di Cristo. Cristo ci precede. Il mondo ha bisogno della sua luce. L'umanità necessita di Lui come il ponte per essere raggiunta da Dio e dal suo amore. Aiutateci anche voi, poi gli uni gli altri, a costruire i ponti con il dialogo, con l'incontro, unendoci tutti per essere un solo popolo, sempre in pace. Grazie a Papa Francesco. Voglio ringraziare anche tutti i confratelli cardinali che hanno scelto me per essere successore di Pietro e camminare insieme a voi come Chiesa unita, cercando sempre la pace, la giustizia, cercando sempre lavorare come uomini e donne fedeli a Gesù Cristo, senza paura, per proclamare il Vangelo, per essere missionari. Sono un figlio di Sant'Agostino, agostiniano, che ha detto: con voi sono cristiano e per voi vescovo. In questo senso possiamo tutti camminare insieme verso quella patria la quale Dio ci ha preparato. alla Chiesa di Roma un saluto speciale. Dobbiamo cercare insieme come essere una Chiesa missionaria, una chiesa che costruisce i ponti, il dialogo, sempre aperta a ricevere, come questa piazza con le braccia aperte, a tutti coloro che hanno bisogno della nostra carità, la nostra presenza, il dialogo, l'amore. Y se me permiten también una palabra, un saludo a todos aquellos, y en modo particular a mi querida diócesis de Chiclayo en el Perú. Donde un pueblo fiel ha acompañado a su obispo, ha compartido su fe y ha dado tanto para seguir siendo iglesia fiel de Jesucristo. A tutti voi, fratelli e sorelle di Roma, d'Italia, di tutto il mondo, vogliamo essere una chiesa sinodale, una chiesa che cammina, una chiesa che cerca sempre la pace, cerca sempre la carità, cerca sempre di essere vicino specialmente a coloro che soffrono. Oggi, il giorno della supplica alla Madonna di Pompei, nostra Madre Maria vuole sempre camminare con noi, stare vicino, aiutarci con la sua intercessione e il suo amore. Allora vorrei pregare insieme a voi. Preghiamo insieme per questa nuova missione, però per tutta la Chiesa, per la pace nel mondo, e chiediamo questa grazia speciale di Maria, nostra Madre. Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù. Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen.
Il Santo Padre Leone, a tutti i fedeli presenti e a quelli che ricevono la sua benedizione a mezzo della radio, della televisione e delle altre tecnologie di comunicazione, concede l'indulgenza plenaria nella forma stabilita dalla Chiesa. Preghiamo Dio Onnipotente perché conservi a lungo il Papa a guida della Chiesa e conceda pace e unità alla Chiesa in tutto il mondo.
Sancti Apostoli Petrus et Paulus, de quorum potestate et autoritate confidimus, ipsi intercedant pro nobis ad Dominum. Amen. Precibus et meritis Beate Mariae semper Virginis, Beati Michaelis Arcangeli, Beati Ioannis Baptiste, et Sanctorum Apostolorum Petri et Pauli et Omnium Sanctorum, misereatur vestri omnipotens Deus, et dimissis omnibus peccatis vestris, perducat vos Iesus Christus ad vitam aeternam. Indulgentiam, absolutionem, et remissionem omnium peccatorum vestrorum, spatium vere et fructuose penitentiae, cor semper penitens, et emendationem vitae, gratiam et consolationem Sancti Spiritus, et finalem perseverantiam in bonis operibus tribuat vobis omnipotens et misericors Dominus. Amen. Et benedictio Dei omnipotentis, Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti descendat super vos et maniat semper.
The newly elected Pope, Leo XIV, stepping now off the balcony in Vatican City after his election as the next Pope, of course, making history as the first American Pope, but also showcasing that he spent much of his life in Peru and in Rome as he spoke to supporters and, of course, Catholics around the world, the more than 1 billion of them in both Italian and in Spanish, as he made his first words as the new pontiff. I'm Kaylee Lyons in Washington with Bloomberg's Michael Shepard, as we've been listening and watching Vatican City live here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Obviously, Mike, history being made in this moment, as we just heard our first words from an American Pope who also took the time to thank his predecessor, the late Pope Francis.
He did, and that was early in his remarks. He spoke, Kaylee, for about 10 minutes to those gathered in St. Peter's Square and those tuning in around the world, waiting to hear the first words from this new pontiff. What was interesting is that he chose to speak first in Italian, as is custom in the Vatican, and then in Spanish, aiming a message specifically at his friends and former colleagues in Peru, where he had served as Archbishop and had even acquired Peruvian citizenship after serving many years there. So he is someone not just with North American roots here in the U.S., born in Chicago, but somebody who spent much of his career in the developing world, some key years there before he was summoned to the Vatican by Pope Francis to serve in a key role there.
Yeah, and it's his alignment with the late Pope Francis that maybe gives us some signal as to the direction he is likely to carry the Catholic Church in as we move forward, having just been elected by the 133 cardinals who, again, only began their conclave yesterday. This new Pope, Pope Leo XIV, of course, was elected in relatively few rounds of voting. I would also point out we have heard from the U.S. President Donald Trump on his election. Already on Truth Social, the president congratulating the former Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, who was just named Pope, the new president, or the new Pope, rather, creating some excitement for President Trump as he talks about him being the first American Pope. He says, quote, "What excitement and what a great honor for our country," Mike saying he looks forward to meeting with Pope Leo XIV.
And what's interesting, Kaylee, is that during his remarks in Italian, he did send a signal that he may be following in the legacy of his predecessor, Pope Francis, when it comes to taking a more progressive approach, especially when it comes to things like charity and being present in the evangelization throughout the world. His remarks in Italian, he referred to pushing for peace and justice and doing all that is worthy of their faith in Jesus Christ.
Very lucky to have Mike Shepard with me here on Bloomberg TV and radio on this day, understanding the Italian spoken by the Pope. And we're also very lucky to have Mary C. Boyes with us. She's professor of practical theology at Union Theological Seminary, who is here with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Professor, my apologies for having to cut you off earlier as we saw the Pope emerge. But now that we have heard him speak, you were expressing to us before your surprise. How do you anticipate that he will carry the church forward?
I thought his first words were significant. He began by evoking scripture, by evoking the text from the Gospel of John, in which Jesus returns to his disciples and says, "Peace be with you." And then evoking the presence of Pope Francis at St. Peter's Basilica with the crowds on Easter Sunday morning. I thought that was a certain linkage over time between the greatest feast of the Christian liturgical year, which is Easter Sunday, and this message of peace and that evil will not prevail. It's one of the things that the new Pope has said in this probably hastily composed greeting that he gave. One of the other things that he said that I thought also evoked Pope Francis, is that dialogue is a bridge that we must use in bringing people together and in working for peace and justice. So it seems to me he really sets himself in the tradition of Pope Francis in particular. The fact that he has spent most of his priesthood in Peru and in Rome means that while he is an American from the great city of Chicago, he is an international person. He has a global experience. I think the fact that he was in South America, in Peru for a long time, that he chose to speak in Spanish and to refer to the people of his diocese there. I think these are all signals that this is a man who has a global vision in a time when there is so much division in our world, within our nations, but also between our nations. Now, that doesn't magically heal the world, but it's important that he is an international person.
Professor, you're pointing
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Professor, you pointed to Pope Leo as someone with an international focus and orientation, much like his predecessor. Pope Francis had taken an ecumenical approach, reaching beyond the boundaries of the Christian church to other faiths. Will we expect his successor to continue that effort?
I certainly hope so, and I think his notion of dialogue as a bridge is key here. And he spoke on more than one occasion in that short reading about all men and women, brothers and sisters, all, and just sort of lovely. Just as I was just about 2 minutes ago, I got a text from a Jewish friend saying Mazel Tov on your new selection. I mean, the world really is looking for people who have this global vision, who have a sense that we must do everything we can that evil will not prevail. And I would have to do some more research, but it seems to me his choice of the name Leo, his immediate predecessor would be Leo the 13th, who was Pope for about 25 years, I think, between 1878 and 1903. So it goes back more than a century. And among the things that Leo the 13th is best known for is a worldwide letter known as an encyclical called in Latin Rerum Novarum, and it was a very important advocacy for the working class, for working men and women. And so I wonder if that has to do primarily with his choice of the name Leo. I mean, we're all, we don't know these things, so we're speculating. But I do think that would situate him in the tradition of Francis and in the long tradition of Pope Leo in advocating for peace and justice for the people in the world who have all too little recognition and who work for paltry wages and in unjust situations.
Professor, you mentioned his outreach to the world, but in the church there has been division over the role of women. What do we expect Pope Leo now to do on that issue? Has he taken a stance in his previous roles?
I don't know that. The church has 1.4 billion members in every land, in every tribe and tongue. So to say that we're divided is also to say this is an inordinately complex, ancient institution, the oldest institution, long continuous institution in the West. So, and one of the complications is that the status and role of women differs from culture to culture. So I hope that this Pope will be an advocate for more inclusion of women. I feel very, very strongly that until the church is much more that the church it claims to be, a church that welcomes everyone, that uses the gifts of women for leadership, that it will be a lesser church. So, but what exactly, I think, Pope Francis had real opposition. I would say enemies. And I'm not sure he had the political capital, if you will, to do more for women. I also think he had some pretty traditional notions of women. I don't know what our new Pope's experience has been. But my guess is that working in Peru, he would have worked with many women who probably kept the church going on a daily basis and who did teaching of the people and that sort of thing. I hope the first thing that will happen, but in terms of an ordination, will be the ordination of women as deacons. We know that historically that is a given in the church. But this has to work by the sort of the leadership in various nations, and we know that in many cultures women have a very inferior place. So how this exactly is going to happen, I think it's going to happen with encouragement, and particularly in certain countries where women are more prepared for leadership.
Well, and as we consider the church's approach to women in leadership is one thing, but you allude to some of the resistance Pope Francis ran into on other issues, other social issues, including the church's approach to LGBTQ individuals. And I wonder, Professor, if you could elaborate on where you think that ongoing dialogue might go from here under Pope Leo XIV.
Again, because I don't really know the thinking of the new Pope, or I don't really know. He hasn't been one of those that's been talked about so much as Papabili. I hope, because the fact that he sort of put himself in the tradition of Francis, it would seem to me that he would be open much to what is necessary, which is a more inclusive church. So many of us live in nations where there are leaders that stoke divisions, and the role of the Pope is to be someone who calls us together, and not necessarily, I'm not meaning everybody should become a Catholic trying to convert people, but who has a vision for how the world could really be. And I think one of the great things of Pope Francis was his encyclical Laudato Si, on the environment, in which he begins by saying the earth is our common home. And I think that I teach at a historically Protestant seminary that is ecumenical and now interreligious. And I would say that his encyclical made a profound effect on many people in our seminary community who are not Catholic, but could see the wisdom and the prophetic character of Laudato Si. So the Pope speaks, yes, to and within the church, but what the Pope says is heard by many others, and the Pope has he has a microphone. He has people in the world paying attention. He doesn't just work as an internal bureaucrat.
And he will be trying to send a message to the world with his first trip outside Rome. Where do you think he will be putting his greatest stock and his first investment? We saw, for instance, Pope Francis visit an island off the Italian coast to highlight the plight of migrants. But what would this new Pope's priority perhaps be?
That's an excellent question. And I don't really know. I'd have to really think about this. I suspect it would be probably something to do with workers. It might be among immigrants, because and migrants, these issues have certainly not gone away. I think that it would be a very interesting exercise for everybody in the church to talk about what this should be.
Well, and we understand we are dealing with a lot of unknown questions here as we are just hours into knowing this new Pope. Professor, we so appreciate you joining us on this historic day. Mary C. Boyes, Professor of Practical Theology at Union Theological Seminary. We appreciate you joining us here on Bloomberg TV and radio after the conclave made its selection. And of course, an American Pope is now in charge of the Catholic Church, Pope Leo XIV. Now, Mike.
And this is a historic moment, Kaylee. We still have so much more to learn about the direction that he will be setting for the church and the stamp that he will be trying to put globally on where his policy views are and what issues he is going to highlight as most important.
Yeah, and of course, referencing or alluding to his global reach in his initial remarks in Vatican City as he spoke to Catholics all around the world, the more than 1 billion of them in Italian and Spanish, and led a prayer in Latin. Pope Leo XIV, thank you for being with us as we deal with that breaking news. I'll be back for more in the late edition of Balance of Power, and coverage will continue right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Live on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stenivek. Carol Masser is on assignment in Arizona. She's at the Principal Real Estate Conference in Scottsdale. We're going to hear from her a little later in the program. First, though, before that, we got Matt Miller in the studio. He's of open interest on Bloomberg TV. Matt, there's a lot going on. We got stocks higher, real risk on day, Bitcoin higher, bonds lower.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. We're up more than 1% on the S&P 500. After a couple days of gains, it makes sense that we could give a little up into the close, but we had a trade deal. It wasn't as comprehensive as the president pointed out, but it did lower, I think, the key part of this trade deal, tariffs on British-made autos to 10% coming into the U.S.
Okay, so good news for Jaguar, Land Rover, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce, and those type of vehicles?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
McLaren.
It's not exactly
Now you can buy two.
Not exactly Toyota, but we will.
Toyota does produce a lot of cars in the UK.
Okay.
Nissan does produce a lot of cars in the UK, but those are not produced for export to the US.
Okay.
The main ones you hit on are the biggest players. I think Range Rover, probably the biggest exporter of cars from the UK into the US in terms of volume.
This is why we love Matt Miller. You say cars, and he goes off on it. We're going to have much more on the program when it comes to trade. Also, of course, the new pope. White smoke. The Cardinals have elected a new pope, the first ever elected from the U.S. We got a lot to get to on this Thursday afternoon. All that and more coming up over the next hour. First up, though, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here she is, Amy Morris, in for Charlie Pallett. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Tim. And President Trump did announce that trade framework with the UK. He hailed it as a breakthrough that will bring down barriers and expand market access for American imports. The agreement, though, will fast-track American goods through the UK's customs process. It is limited in scope. It keeps a 10% baseline tariff in place and may provide clues for the shape of potential future agreements with other economies. The markets loved it. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 up 1.1%. NASDAQ up 1.6%. The Dow up 1.1%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.37% and the 2-year yield at 3.9%. Trump officials have also discussed granting the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar a special fast-track status for deals that could smooth the way for billions in investments. Sources tell Bloomberg News that deliberations on reforming the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S. are in the early stages. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Republicans are discussing raising the state and local tax deduction cap to $30,000, among some other options, to resolve any disagreements on President Trump's tax package that is ongoing. And as you mentioned, Cardinal Robert Prevost, a missionary who spent his career ministering in Peru, has been elected the first American pope. In the 2,000-year history of the Catholic Church, Prevost took the name Leo XIV. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back now to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Tim Stenivek and Matt Miller.
Hey, Amy, thanks so much for that update. Do appreciate it. Well, we start today with the news out of Vatican City. Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost was elected the head of the Catholic Church. It was the second day of voting in the Vatican. It is the first U.S. national ever to take the role. He's 69 years old. He was born in Chicago. He spent much of his life outside the U.S., mostly in Peru and Rome. Leo XIV is the name that he has taken. He spoke for about 10 minutes last hour in Italian, Spanish, and Latin as well. For more, we bring in Natalia Imperatori-Lee, professor and chair of religious studies at Manhattan College. Professor, good to have you with us this afternoon. We are sort of slowly learning details of the new pope. The big question I have is, what direction do you think he will take the church in?
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I think this is a really interesting choice. We can tell a lot from him by the choice of name. In choosing Leo XIV, I think he's indicating that he wants to continue the work of one of the most consequential popes on the topic of social justice. So Leo XIII wrote a huge encyclical called Rerum Novarum, and it basically set the agenda for the social work of the church. And so I think this American Pope is signaling to us that he will be on the sort of, maybe a little bit kind of in the progressive vein that you saw Francis in.
Yeah, it does look like that is an encyclical that was aimed at the working class. And of course, Pope Francis was first and foremost concerned with helping the poor. What about immigration? This is obviously the divisive issue on which the Catholic Church under Francis and the United States government under President Trump have had the most disagreement.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting because this is not a typical kind of U.S.-based bishop that we're getting as the Pope right now. This is a man who's lived all over Latin America. He's done a lot of diplomacy. He's done a lot of church building and bridge building in other places. You heard a lot of that actually in his opening speech about building bridges and walking together. And I think that he, with his experience, especially in poor areas in Peru, he understands what's going on with migrants and the sort of needs of people who are in desperate situations. And so I don't anticipate that he and the current president of this country will be on the same page necessarily when it comes to migration.
What is the significance of a pope born in the United States, the first American-born pope, the first U.S.-born pope, especially following the first South American pope?
It is wild. None of us thought that this was going to happen. No one that I know in the Catholic universe thought that we would get an American. And so it's pretty crazy to have two Americans, broadly understood, back to back. I think it signals a kind of move away from a European-centered church to a more global reality. And so you have this guy who, yes, is from a global superpower, the United States, and Chicago, a superpower city, but nevertheless is someone who was very immersed in Latin American culture and then in the culture of the Vatican. So you can see this sort of global preference that the cardinals are starting to show, that they want to show that they have an openness to not just a European church, but really a more global reality.
What's the likelihood that he can heal the rift between the Vatican and American Catholics? Because it definitely had developed, and you mentioned this isn't the typical American cardinal, those who had spoken out openly against Pope Francis. Can he bring the kind of Al Smith Catholics back to the church?
I mean, it's my sincere hope that that is the case. The question is, can the Al Smith Catholics get on board with the papacy? I mean, the whole point of a lot of this sort of disagreement is who is really in charge, who should really set the agenda for the Roman Catholic Church. And it's important for us. I mean, as Americans, I know we feel a lot of like patriotism and everything right now, especially because he's an American Pope, but he's going to be the Pope of the whole global church. And so sometimes we can be a little bit short-sighted and think, oh, well, he's not responding to the things that we care about the most, but he is trying to steer this ship that's kind of enormous.
Well, 1.4 billion people. We should remind everyone, 1.4 billion people, right? The longest standing institution in the Western world. And do Catholics believe that the Pope, the leader of the church, is chosen by divine intervention, that essentially God has picked this Pope?
I mean, yes, but let me give you a caveat, right? God works through human beings. It's not that God whispered the name Prevost in the ear of every cardinal elector and that's how it happened, right? It's not Harry Potter. It's very much real life. And so we believe that God doesn't let the church fall completely into error, that we believe or we trust that God is somehow in control of this church. And that is very much what sort of we see happening in a conclave. Nobody knows what goes on inside. You sort of really have to trust. And even the men who are in there are, in a sense, putting their trust in, we don't really know how this is going to turn out. We're going to sort of lay it at the feet of God. And that's how Catholics think God works in the world.
I was pretty shocked to emerge from a meeting just after noon here in New York and see white smoke up on the Bloomberg television screen, given that the conclave just started yesterday in Vatican City. And, but looking into this a little more, that's not necessarily that unusual, at least in modern times. They're not necessarily going to be holed up for weeks. Historical context for just the duration of this conclave, is it surprising to you or is it pretty quick?
I mean, it felt quick. I feel like, because like you, I feel like they just started yesterday and what's the deal? But it's usually 4 to 5 ballots, right? That's pretty much what it's taken the last 3 times, 4 or 5 ballots. They're very efficient with their voting. I definitely didn't think it was going to be pre-voted this quickly. So I was in a meeting with a student and I had to sort of freak out and cancel it and move away from it. But yeah, the white smoke came quickly and it was a surprise that it was pre-voted. Now, I will say this. He is the guy who was advising Pope Francis on who to appoint as bishops. And it's really significant that he is now the new pope. It tells us that Francis's vision for who should be in leadership in the church, which is like people who were pastors, that's what Francis really wanted, that this Leo XIV is going to continue that sort of vision.
He actually started off quoting Pope Francis's Easter Sunday words. Do you expect him to carry on Francis's work, not only in terms of helping poverty, working class, but also in terms of women in the church, in leadership, in terms of LGBTQ, bringing a sense of inclusiveness to this Catholic Church that traditionally, at least in leadership, only relies on men?
I mean, I hope so. I don't know. I don't know where he stands on the issue of women. I can only rely on what he said from the balcony. And a lot of that was echoing so much of what Francis was saying. So you heard him hit all the greatest hits, right? He talked about peace 100 times. He talked about building bridges 100 times. He talked about walking together to the promised land. He kept saying tutti, tutti, which was it means everyone, which was a refrain of Francis's. He talked about a church that was open to all, that needed to dialogue, that needed to do encounter. And that, I think, signals that he wants to continue the legacy of Francis. Now, as for the specifics, right, will he continue to appoint women to decision-making positions in the Vatican? I hope so. That's not some toothpaste, I think, that'll go back into the tube very easily, but we won't know, right? This is, again, where Catholics are like, come Holy Spirit, let's do this.
Professor, really appreciate you joining us on Bloomberg Business Week Daily this afternoon. Professor Natalia Imperatori, Professor and Chair of Religious Studies at Manhattan College. Well, a hard pivot from Vatican City and from what's going on with the Pope to the other big story of today, and that, of course, has to do with trade. President Trump announced a trade framework with the UK, hailing it as a, quote, breakthrough that will bring down barriers and expand market access for American imports. The president said final details of the pact would still be negotiated in the coming weeks, but under the agreement, the UK would fast-track American goods through their customs process and reduce barriers on ag, chemical, energy, and industrial exports. Here's what he said a little earlier today.
Both countries have agreed that the economic security is national security and will be working together as allies to ensure that we have a strong industrial base, appropriate export controls, and protections for key technologies and industries like steel. Steel is a big factor. Both countries will become stronger with steel.
That was President Trump earlier in the day from the Oval Office. For more, we bring in Bloomberg News UK government reporter Joe Mays and Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul. Joe's in London. Stuart is here in the studio. Joe, I do want to start with you and just contextualize the framework, or at least the details with what we know in the framework between what was there before Liberation Day, so-called Liberation Day, and what is the status now after this framework was announced? What are the big differences there?
Yes, the context is that the US brought in these quite punitive tariffs, particularly on the car sector, steels, aluminium, in excess of 25% for those industries. And that was very damaging to the UK economy. And after the deal today, there is relief for those industries. So on cars, the tariff going down from 27.5% to 10% for a quota of 100,000 vehicles, which the Prime Minister Keir Starmer was hailing as a victory for companies like Jaguar Land Rover. The steel tariff has gone from 25% to 0%, similarly for aluminium. So those are the real big tariff wins that the UK wants to talk about. But nevertheless, there are still these 10% baseline tariffs on the rest of goods that the UK trades with the US. So it's still a weaker position for the UK than before Donald Trump became president, but it's better than things were yesterday. That's how Keir Starmer was framing it. So it's a limited political win for the UK, whilst still suffering effectively from the remaining tariffs.
What about U.S. access to the UK market? One of the things Donald Trump has talked about for a long time is that, Europeans, and I suppose he includes the Brits in that, don't buy American products, and of course he's talking about cars. Is the UK market going to be far more open to US goods than it was before this agreement?
Well, yes, there was included in this agreement provisions to liberalize access to UK market for food products, for example. For example, beef exports can now come into the UK from the US in a way they couldn't before. So that was held as a victory by President Trump. Tariffs on ethanol exports into the UK, they're also now being removed.
Of what this means for the US and sort of how it could illuminate maybe a framework moving forward for deals?
Just, we know that we're on a de-escalatory path. This concretizes some of it. It gives some sort of shape to what we could expect from deals going forward. It might be a piecemeal approach, and this can be something that takes a long time to develop. As we heard from Secretary Bessent, there are 17 key trading partners that the U.S. is approaching deals with. If they all take this shape, the key trading partners that the U.S. is approaching deals with, if they all take this shape, they're all going to have a relatively dull sort of impact on U.S. economic activity. What'll really shift most is sentiment around U.S. engagement in the world. So just recognizing that we're on this sort of de-escalatory trend and that there's not going to be just a full retreat from the global stage.
What would be the best for U.S. economic activity? I mean, it doesn't seem like the president's going to lower at least the baseline tariffs below 10% for any country if he won't do it for the UK.
Yeah, so even if he doesn't lower the baseline tariff, creating enough carve-outs does open up, so it does sort of generate additional economic activity, and it brings the average effective tariff rate significantly below what that 10% baseline is. So if we think about what the average effective tariff rate was on the UK, it was just a touch above 10%. Now with these carve-outs, the average effective tariff rate in the UK drops down to about 7%. So what does that mean, let's say, for the UK in terms of economic activity and growth, where there was about 30 basis points of drag on real GDP growth for the UK. Now it'll just be about 20 basis points of drag. So that'll keep GDP growth just a touch under 1% for the full year. That's according to our UK forecast.
Hey, Joe, on that point, based on your reporting and what you've learned about this deal, does it seem like it's a better deal for the U.S., it's a better deal for the UK, or are they kind of equals when it comes to the table here? Is it win-win?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a better deal for the US if your reference point is the day Donald Trump becomes president, because compared to that day, the US has gained a fair amount here, kind of agricultural access for many products, and still has these 10% tariffs on the UK, and the UK is in damage limitation with this deal, so better than yesterday, but clearly not as good as it was when Donald Trump first became president. So yeah, I think the US is, I think, coming out of this slightly stronger, although the UK obviously is trying to claim that the wins are on their side.
As we mentioned, Joe, this is a framework right now. Some of the details continue and need to be hashed out in the coming weeks. What questions do you have? Like, what's the fine print here that we don't really know yet?
So the UK said that this, for them, is really a starting point, if anything. There's still much more to happen when it comes to negotiations. There are things like the digital services tax, which the US wants to see reduced. It's disliked by the likes of Facebook, Google. Indeed, Elon Musk really dislikes that tax. That could form part of a digital agreement that's still to be negotiated, the UK has said. And there's also other tariff lines which the UK would like to see removed, but that's subject to further negotiation. The pharmaceutical sector, for example, very important to the UK. There wasn't explicit reference to that in the agreement today, so we'll have to see what happens there on tariffs. So there's still much more to come here. President Trump was trying to say this is full comprehensive, we've maxed it out, and the UK was saying, well, actually, there's still a lot we still want to talk about here, but we'll play nicely for today.
Joe, I wonder about the importance of automotive to the UK economy. It's become clear, I think, to a lot of people over the past few weeks, certainly since April 2nd, that global trade is car trade, really. How big is it in the UK, especially when you're just looking at exports to the US, right? Because I only can think of very high-end, Gordon Murray automobiles, McMurtry, McLaren, Range Rover, Rolls-Royce, Bentley. It's not the mass production vehicles, as Tim was mentioning, like Toyota and Nissan. Even though you make them there, you don't make them there for our market.
Yeah, that's right. It's premium cars that the UK tends to sell into the US, and exports of UK cars to the US were about 100,000 at the last count, which is basically covered by this quota that's been announced today, 100,000 quota at 10%. So you can see why the UK is happy with that arrangement. I think the UK car industry has been, broadly speaking, in decline in recent decades, but nevertheless, it has carved out this niche in high-end luxury vehicles, and the US was an important market. So there's a kind of symbolic win here for the UK. It won't have massive impacts on the UK economy writ large, because it's still a fairly small part of the UK economy, but nevertheless, it's a kind of nice symbolic political win for Keir Starmer to say, look, I have managed to reduce these tariffs, and he was saying today this preserves jobs across the UK, so that's something to be celebrated.
We're having this conversation, Stuart, in the context of a United States that has essentially said, it's the time to come and negotiate. We know that the Treasury Secretary is headed to Switzerland this weekend to meet with representatives from the Chinese government. We're not talking about China here, though. Does any of this matter without a deal with China?
China, of course, matters most. Accounts for about, 15% of our total imports. We're running a trade surplus with the UK. It really doesn't matter a ton to the US if the average effective tariff rate on UK goods is somewhat higher. Once you start creating carve-outs for things like pharmaceuticals and everything else under the sun, we're going to drop from probably a current effective tariff rate of 7% on UK imports to something closer to 3%, not really material. What I do think is the most material is this idea that when Trump took office, the outward expression was one of an interest in withdrawing from the global stage. Now, directionally, we're moving in the opposite direction. We've had public statements from folks like Bessent and everybody else saying that 145% effective rate on China is not something that's sustainable or that can remain in perpetuity. And so, again, the direction is towards de-escalation, and I think that that's what matters most. This is not going to be just the complete crack up of the global commercial order that was threatened. There will be a turning of the tide and a bit of a shifting, but we knew that that was going to be the case with friendshoring and onshoring, as opposed to, retaliatory or reciprocal tariffs being the terminology of the day. We knew this was going to be the direction under Trump.
By the way, I forgot to tell everyone Happy VE Day, because it is May 8th, right? It's Victory in Europe Day. Joe, Happy VE Day.
Thank you.
What do we know about the European Union? I mean, the U.S.-UK agreement has been the main headline, but we've got another flurry of critical mineral steel in Ukraine, and the EU talking about tariffs on $95 billion of U.S. exports. What do we know about the EU deal?
And what we know is that clearly it's a big priority for both sides to get some kind of agreement done. And we're all kind of reading the tea leaves today on the UK agreement to say, okay, clearly the US is willing to do this on trade, so might they be willing to offer the same on the EU? But clearly it's different when it comes to the scope of those kinds of deals. Obviously, much larger economies, much more trade at stake. It's really a kind of a watching brief at this point, trying to see, will there be movement in the, as we've just been discussing, the direction of travel from the towards wanting that engagement. The EU, we know, strikes very hard bargains in these negotiations and is unlikely to kind of concede too much in those kinds of talks. So, yeah, it's still a watching brief.
Joe, a lot of questions about the status of American beef going to the UK. What can you tell us just about American agriculture and access to the UK market and how that could potentially change under this framework?
Yeah, so this has been one of the biggest sticking points in the UK-US trade talks historically. It's one of the reasons why it's been difficult to get a kind of big, comprehensive free trade agreement in recent years. And what's happened here is that the UK has said, yes, we will allow for the import of US beef, but on the condition that it reaches UK food standards. Now, those food standards are standards that the US has long criticized as being ascientific and unnecessary, but in the UK, they are seen as exceptionally politically important. And we're talking here about things like hormone-treated beef. And indeed, for the UK, it's very important to maintain those standards if they want to do a deal with the EU, because the EU is particularly hot on having those standards upheld. So what the UK has done here is kind of walk that tightrope and kept open the option for deals with the EU by keeping that restriction in place, but nevertheless giving the US a win by saying you can import some beef into the UK now, much lower tariffs and so on under a quota, but just not hormone-treated beef. So
I want to give Stuart the last word. One of the reasons we love getting you on, Stuart, is because you're able to make these quick calculations about economic impact of certain events. And I'm going to put you on the spot here and just give us your view on the Pope and what it means for the U.S. economy that he is actually the first U.S.-born Pope to lead the Catholic Church. Do we have numbers here?
Sure. So what really matters is if he's going to come and visit the United States, right? Famously, Pope Francis wouldn't really return to Argentina. But if we were to see now Pope Leo XIV coming to the United States, it could mean a material increase in spending. If we're just extrapolating based on the economic activity boost from, let's say, Francis's visit to Philadelphia or Seoul in 2014 and 15, and just adjusting for inflation and accounting for what the impact would be if the Pope visited, say, Chicago, his hometown, you could expect about $1 billion in additional economic activity. That's about 5 basis points of additional spending growth in any given month. A 4-city tour or 5-city tour, like that is a pretty big papal pop in economic activity. Pope.
Okay, so maybe not Taylor Swift, maybe not Beyonce, but the Pope certainly could have a huge economic impact.
If he does a whole tour, it would be a different story, right? He wouldn't likely just go to Chicago. He would bring over the his whole entourage, probably at least one Pope mobile. So I imagine he would go, you know, New York, D.C., Chicago. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the travel expenses, the security expenses for each city visit, that's $50 million. This is not quite Taylor Swift, but they're still talking about filling Wrigley Field, right? That is a good amount of economic activity that's generated.
All right, well, a big thank you to both of you. We covered a lot here. We went around the world. Joe Mays, our Bloomberg News UK government reporter, joining us from London. Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul here in the studio. Let's go to Washington, D.C. now for an update on world and national news, and of course the markets too. Here is Amy Morris. Hey, Amy.
All right, thank you, Tim. President Trump has agreed to cut tariffs on UK autos, steel, and aluminum. It is a planned trade deal with Britain. It could buy more American beef and streamline its customs process for goods from the U.S. Terms of the deal have yet to be completed before it can be signed. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1.2%, NASDAQ up 1.7%, and the Dow up 1.2%. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.37%, the 2-year yield at 3.9%. Same-store sales in North America fell 1.3% in the first 3 months of the year. Consumers are cutting back on restaurant visits amid economic fears. The decline in sales was also seen at Tim Hortons and Popeye's Louisiana Kitchen. Demand was stronger abroad, although overall sales and adjusted earnings per share still fell short of estimates. And Pope Leo XIV, the former Cardinal Robert Prevost, has been elected the first American Pope in the 2,000-year history of the Catholic Church. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. We now return to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Stena Vec and Matt Miller.
Amy, thanks so much for that update. Do appreciate it. As we just heard from Amy Morris, Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost was elected as Roman Catholic Pontiff, the first ever Pope from the U.S., and a possible bridge between the moderate and hardline sides of the church. He's 69 years old. He chose the name Leo XIV for his pontificate, and he was greeted by thousands of cheering as he stepped out onto a balcony overlooking St. Peter's Square to be presented to the world. May peace be with you, the new pope said. He told a cheering crowd, waving flags. For more, we bring in Mary Ann McAlpin, professor of practical theological seminary. She joins us this afternoon here on Bloomberg Business Week. Professor, good to have you on the program.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I guess it's fair to say. Absolutely. I mean, a very, in my view and in our view, I think for a lot of people, it seemed like a see white smoke in such a short period of time. What was your initial reaction when you heard that this U.S.-born cardinal would be the new pope?
I was certainly surprised because we've always heard it's not going to be an American pope, and we can think of various reasons for that. He is a pope from the United States, from the wonderful city of Chicago. He is, however, a man who has spent his life in more global perspective. He lived and worked in Peru for quite a long time. He was a bishop of a local diocese in Peru. He was the head of the religious order to which he belongs, the Order of St. Augustine, the Augustinians, which meant, I think, that he would have been in Rome as the head and certainly doing a great deal of travel throughout the world as the prior general for 10 years or so. And then he was called by Francis to work in Rome and to head the dicastery for the bishops. So he had an important role in the choice of men to be bishops. So he is a Chicago native. He graduated from Villanova in Pennsylvania in 1977 as a math major. This is a shout out to the Catholic Theological Union in Chicago, headed by Sister Barbara Reed. He is a graduate of that seminary with the Master of Divinity degree, and then he studied in Rome later on for a doctoral degree in canon law. So he starts in Chicago and he goes to South America and then to Europe. He speaks 5 languages, by the way.
And we heard 3 of those today. Sister, I wanted to ask about what we know in terms of his views on things like women being treated more equally in the church, gay people, divorced people, you know, the kind of things that seemed to cause problems with Pope Francis. But I was asking the same questions earlier when we spoke to a professor from Manhattan College, Natalia Imperatori Lee, and I had a viewer write in and say, this is crazy that we're asking, you know, when the church is going to view human rights through the same lens as the civilized Western world. I mean, can we just assume that any pope from now on is going to believe that women will be able to assume leadership roles in the church?
Oh, please God, I hope so. The fact that he is an American, where you know, women in America are largely well educated and capable, certainly, of leadership at all levels. So I think he has a different background in that respect, I think, from Pope Francis. The inclusion of women and in general, the inclusion of people who are different from those who led the church in the past, so women, but also LGBTQ plus, and just in general, people that we call different. I think that the Catholic Church has had a long struggle with actually living out the notion that we're all often told at the Eucharist, all are welcome. And I don't think we've embodied that. Now, one sign, I don't know what the new Pope thinks about the ordination of women and so forth, but I think the fact that he chose the name Leo is a very significant thing if you look at his immediate predecessor, who would be Pope Leo the 13th, from the late 19th century, 1878 to 1903, when he was the Pope. And in 1891, he wrote really the text, the basic text of Catholic social teaching in Latin called Rerum Novarum, which one translation is On Burning Desire for Change. And it was an advocacy of living wages, of the rights of workers, of the right to collective bargaining, the right for trade unions, calling attention to the dignity of every single person, the need to pay attention that nations and states must pay attention to the common good. And I think these are some of the same principles that might well be used in thinking across some of the boundaries that have limited the church in the past. At the same time, as an American, I need to be mindful that the status of women differs considerably from culture to culture. So how to do this in this church of 1.4 billion persons is not an easy thing. So will this be the first thing that he does? No, I would be surprised. I'll be happy to be surprised, but I don't know what the first thing he will do. I think the first thing he will do will be to do some more listening. And, all of a sudden now he has a position of leadership that must stun a person. So he's lived with this for just a few hours now.
Sister, just 20 seconds. His biggest opportunity, what is it?
His biggest opportunity is to embody a church that welcomes everybody. Not that the whole world needs to become Catholic, but that the Catholic Church stands for honoring the dignity of every single person, regardless of their gender and race and sex and all of those things. I think that would be a message to the world and the dignity of the human person.
Sister Mary C. Boyes, the Skinner and McAlpin Professor of Practical Theology at the Union Theological Seminary. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. President Trump announced a trade framework with the UK, which he hailed as a breakthrough that will bring down barriers and expand market access for American imports. Now, this agreement would fast-track American goods through the UK's customs process. It is limited in scope. It keeps a 10% baseline tariff in place and may provide clues for the shape of potential future agreements with other countries. We do check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 up 1.3%, NASDAQ up almost 1.9%, and the Dow up 1.3%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.36%, the 2-year yield at 3.89%. President Trump also predicts tangible progress in trade negotiations with China, saying that Beijing would be willing to make concessions and considering cutting tariffs if there is significant momentum. He says promising trade news and Republican efforts to pass legislation extending and expanding his tax cuts should boost investor optimism. And despite Trump's criticism, Fed Chair Jay Powell has now support from many Republicans in Congress who believe the importance of central bank independence. Congressional backing for Powell helps maintain public confidence in the to act in the economy's best interests. And Cardinal Robert Prevost, a missionary who spent his career ministering in Peru, has been elected the first American pope in the 2,000-year history of the Catholic Church. Prevost, goes now by the name Leo XIV. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. We go back now to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Tim Stenivek and Matt Miller.
Amy, thanks. Do appreciate that. Well, the Trump administration plans to rescind some Biden-era AI chip curbs. This is part of a broader effort to revise global semiconductor trade restrictions that have drawn strong opposition from major tech companies and foreign governments. Shares of chip makers rose after Bloomberg News reported on the move. This was on Wednesday. For more, I do want to bring in Sarah Fryer. She's Bloomberg News big tech team leader. She's also the author of No Filter, the inside story of Instagram. She joins us from our San Francisco bureau. So, Sarah, is the idea with this that the trade restrictions now, like these chip companies are kind of in the clear when it comes to exporting their technology, or are there still a lot of hurdles left?
Well, to be clear, the administration says that they're still going to enforce the rules strictly while they come up with new rules. What this really is the Trump administration basically putting a call out that says we're going to be the ones who are negotiating right now, and we are going to make these deals directly with various countries. And when we have a new plan, we'll let you know. So they are basically saying that whatever Biden did, we're moving on to some Trump plan, because I think he has a lot of other balls in the air right now, and he's trying to say, like, we can work with our relationships that we have with various governments. All of this, of course, coming as Trump goes to Saudi Arabia, works with folks in the Gulf on negotiations there, and I think this is a big part of why this can of worms reopened.
It's interesting that, they're up 1% now, but NVIDIA shares were off this morning.
Yeah.
And obviously that's a big drag on the major indexes. They're still down about 12% year to date. Is there any way to figure out in percentage terms how much this would boost their revenue? Is that really important in terms of the valuation of this company right now?
Well, NVIDIA took a $5.5 billion charge earlier this year on export controls. So it really does affect the company's prospects and its finances quite a bit. $5.5 billion might not seem that much if you're NVIDIA, but it is significant in the grand scheme of things for that to be happening like every quarter, every year. So I think that we are definitely watching closely what he declares in this. Now, I want to be clear about this. This AI diffusion rule doesn't really affect the fact that they're still going to be very strict on China.
Mm-hmm.
China, the trade war is hotter than ever, and still has a lot of steep hikes from the U.S. and then retaliatory tariffs from China. So it doesn't affect that. We haven't actually heard NVIDIA's earnings yet. They're set to report later this season. So we're going to have a lot more color from them, hopefully, later about how they see the whole trade war playing into their finances.
Sarah, do we know technologically how much more advanced U.S. companies, Chinese companies at this point? Because doesn't this provide just a good incentive for Chinese companies to do whatever they can to catch up? I mean, look what we saw with DeepSeek a little earlier this year.
Well, I think it's really interesting because depends what you mean by advanced. I mean, Chinese companies are learning to do more with less, which in the tech industry you would consider innovation, right? So when you see companies like Meta, Google say that they still plan to spend just as much, if not more, because of the trade war, they're just going to keep with the same strategy. There are not constraints on their strategies. They might be in a position where they feel like if they just spend more, they'll have higher quality products. Whereas if you're a Chinese AI company, you have to be creative. You have to get into an innovative frame of mind about what you're going to do next. And that out of that comes innovations like DeepSeek.
Are we going to need... Sorry, are we going to need more and more of these chips, or will we need fewer as they get more advanced? I'm wondering about the sales numbers at NVIDIA, the valuation at NVIDIA. It's only 27 times forward earnings, which doesn't seem, incredible for a tech company.
I mean, nothing lasts forever, and I think that NVIDIA, we had a really great feature earlier this year that really went in depth on this problem that they have, where their eggs are really in this basket. And if companies innovate around it and figure out how to do more with less, or if other companies come up with chips that rival what NVIDIA's can do or augment them in some way, that could be a problem. But the chip industry takes a very long time to change course. And you see companies like Intel working to try to turn their ship around and come up with an answer to NVIDIA, and falling short. So I think that, for the moment, they're in this very strong position, but nothing is inevitable in the tech industry.
Sarah, gonna have to leave it there. Always appreciate you joining us. It's Sarah Fryer. She's Bloomberg News Big Tech team leader, also the author of No Filter, the inside story of Instagram, joining us from our San Francisco bureau. Well, let's go from San Francisco to Italy now, where, of course, we're following everything happening outside of Vatican City and in Vatican City, where Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost was elected as the Roman Catholic pontiff, the first pope from the U.S. He chose the name Leo XIV. Chiara Albanese joins us. She is Bloomberg News Italy bureau chief. Chiara, good to have you with us this afternoon. I just want to start with the view from Italy, the reaction from Italy. What are the reporters on the ground? What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Well, there is a first reaction of surprise because Cardinal Prevost was not touted to be among the top favorites, but also of respect and interest, I would say, because he is the first U.S. national to take this role, and he has engaged in the past also with U.S. politicians, with Vice President Vance. So he is going to really lift the conversation and take a strong stance on religious matters, but beyond that.
I guess a lot of people are wondering if he carries on the support of immigrants that Pope Francis did, especially in this climate with President Trump coming in for his second administration, really under the motto of mass deportations. So I know Italy has had issues with immigration as well, in Europe, obviously, in 2015 when really a flood came up from Africa. How do you expect this Pope to carry on that legacy of Pope Francis?
He definitely will carry on the legacy of Pope Francis. He is seen as pointed at by Pope Francis, they were very close. So he will be a continuation of what Pope Francis has done during his papacy. And so definitely on migration, that will be the same matter. He will definitely take a compassionate approach to the matter.
Does it say in no uncertain terms that this is the clear direction that, and I think there were a lot of questions when Pope Francis died, okay, was his more, quote unquote, liberal approach, was that an anomaly or a new direction? This is indeed a new direction for the church.
I think it would be a mix. Like he definitely has his own style. With popes, each pope has got his own impression, even if he comes from a specific group. So he's definitely going to have his own style and get to know it in the coming days. But as of now, he is seen as a continuation of Pope Francis' legacy.
How does Italy deal with the Vatican? I mean, it's an interesting relationship that we don't explore too often over here, probably even Catholics very often. What's the relationship between your administration and this, sovereign, in a sense, it's like a sovereign nation, right? The Vatican.
Yeah, so Prime Minister Meloni just wrote an open letter to the Pope. She was very close to Pope Francis. And in general, there is a relation of mutual respect. Like, it is clear that those are two different entities, but it is not like the Vatican is in any place in the world. It is at the center of Rome, at the center of Italy. So of also a sort of like secretive alliance between the two nations.
Was it surprising to you that this happened in such a short time? Were the expectations that there would be more and more ballots, more days of the conclave?
That's a great question. So I think it was more of a surprise of the name in such a short period rather than the period itself. There were some candidates that were probably more prominent in terms of potential new popes in case of such a swift election.
I'm just thinking about and it's a little bit silly, but the movie, right? Conclave, we've all seen.
Yeah.
And I imagine in Italy it was probably fairly popular as well. How much do you think that's increased tourism, increased interest in this? Because it's, incredible timing, right? The movie comes out and less than a year later, you actually have a conclave.
Yeah, Italy was already at the center of a tourist wave because it's the Jubileum year. So that definitely kind of increased it. But I can bet that the streaming platforms that are charging €5 to see the movie have made a lot of money in the last couple of weeks on that.
There's always a business angle, Matt Miller. That's how we roll here. Always a business angle.
No, for sure.
No question.
She's thinking about the streaming platforms.
Whether it's Stuart Paul talking about the potential economic impact of a U.S. visit from this new pope to the streaming platforms and where Conclave is being streamed. Appreciate you joining us. Bloomberg News Italy Bureau Chief Chiara Albanese joining us from Italy. Well, let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. I am Tim Stenevik with Bloomberg's Matt Miller. We're joined by Bloomberg's Emily Grafeo. She is out in our San Francisco bureau. Emily, what's on your radar this afternoon?
Okay, so the first stock I'm looking at is AppLovin, because that stock right now is up over 14%. It was down year to date before today, but this is an AI-powered advertising tech platform that reported better than expected earnings overall. The EPS beat, the revenue beat, and then the street was really positive on these reports. You look at what William Blair had to say. They have an outperform rating. They said, "We have covered technology 25 years and have never covered a company with this margin profile." So, pretty good day to be long AppLovin. Bloomberg Intelligence also said that their above consensus first quarter revenue and adjusted EBITDA are a testament to their lead in providing services that help app publishers sell ad space and acquire users.
All right, AppLovin, one to watch. Coinbase is also on your list. Why are you looking at Coinbase today?
So Coinbase report, but there is some news driving Coinbase higher today, not the fact that Bitcoin, for the first time in a couple months today, that typically tends to lift all crypto-linked stocks. Coinbase, of course, a crypto exchange, being one of them. But they also agreed to acquire Deribit, which is the world's largest exchange for Bitcoin and Ether options, for $2.9 billion. So that stock is still down 15% year to date, but it is up higher today. We'll see how those earnings turn out, though. A lot of focus is probably going to be on just how much trading volume they saw as Bitcoin really started the year down, and of course now is climbing much higher in part of a broader risk-on rally.
Yeah, the increase that we've seen going back just exactly a month ago to April 8th, where Bitcoin was at $77,000 per Bitcoin, Matt. Now it's only 5% off of that all-time high reached back in January.
You know, it's interesting, though, that the dollar is up as well, because Bitcoin had been moving higher as the dollar moved lower. And, you know, the relationship that implies is a little bit scary, and also weird. Like
and
people...
that was like supposed to be the big promise of Bitcoin years
but
ago.
Not
and
now,
never,
you know, like in decades. Yeah. Currency, the world reserve currency, when we don't trust anybody that works in that industry. I think it's pretty fascinating. Listen, I didn't know you had a list of stocks, Emily. I thought we just threw stocks at her, and then she says, oh, yeah, actually, that's a great story. I was looking this morning at D-Nut.
Okay.
Did you look at that stock?
Yeah, that's
D-N-U-T.
Yeah, that's Krispy Kreme, isn't it?
Krispy Kreme has lost more than 50% of its value year to date.
Wow.
And I think we can all agree they make the best glazed donuts in the world. What's wrong with this stock?
I don't think I've had one before. Okay,
Are you
let's see.
joking with me? It's delicious. I mean, they're on the New York Stock Exchange all the time.
It's down 24% today.
In one day.
Wow.
Yeah. The shares hit a record low. They said they'll no longer pay quarterly cash dividends in order to pay down debts and focus on growth. I got to get into one of these stores and eat these donuts and help this company out.
I mean, they're delicious. But here, so this morning on my show, Bloomberg Open Interest, every weekday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., I was talking about how much I want to get. Like, I want to get Ozempic. I want to get some Zepbound. I need to lose like 20 pounds, stave off heart disease and Alzheimer's. But I don't want to spend $1,000. In the very next breath, I was saying how much I love Krispy Kreme donuts. And these two things are at odds with each other.
Well, Emily mentioned the dividend ending. There's also the news that it's pausing the expansion of its partnership with McDonald's in the second quarter. It's also withdrawn its profit guidance due to macroeconomic weakness and uncertainty. Let's throw one more at her, should we?
Okay.
How about Carvana? That's one. What's going on with Carvana, Emily?
Okay, so Carvana stock is much higher today. The company doubled its profits in the first quarter with record vehicle volume and a substantial gain in loan sales. This could perhaps be due to people trying to get ahead of tariffs and so rushing out to buy used car vehicles. But the revenue came in $4.23 billion. It was up 38% year over year. So that stock is up right now about 12%. It hit its highest level since 2021. It's been kind of a rough ride, excuse the pun, for this stock. Did you like that one, Matt Miller?
I gotta say, no, I hate car puns, and because I report on cars all the time, I hear them a lot. Take a look at Carvana year to date, right? It's up more than 42%. Take a look at Uber, even after some disappointing data coming out yesterday. It's still up 38% year to date. Take a look at Hertz. It's up 69% year to date. The concern is that when these new cars, from General Motors or Ford, have to be made so much more expensive due to tariffs, you're much more likely to hail a ride. You're much more likely to rent a car. You're much more likely to buy a used car.
And oftentimes these car rental companies sell their used car fleets, and that's a big portion of their revenue. So then they become huge car dealers. Enterprise, for
huge
example,
beneficiaries to higher used car prices.
They
and
are.
I watch these Mannheim auctions. There are vehicles going for much more than you would expect.
Emily Griffeo from the Bloomberg News Cross Asset team out in San Francisco. Thank you so much for that. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get podcasts. I do want to thank Matt Miller for filling in. That's it. You're filling the shoes of Carol Master. She's out in Arizona. We're going to be speaking and hearing from her in just a minute. If you're watching on TV, the close is next.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. There is a new pope selected relatively quickly. White smoke from the Sistine Chapel signaling the decision. CBS's Nora O'Donnell in Rome.
What is remarkable, too, about this choice, an American, the first, who holds dual citizenship in Peru as well, is that he was just named cardinal by Pope Francis in 2023.
Cardinal Robert Prevost will now go by Pope Leo XIV. He spent his career as a missionary in Peru. Papal contributor Delia Gallagher.
So it seems to me also the American factor is very interesting here because, common wisdom has always been no, an American is too black and nuanced that we have here in the Italian Vatican in order to be part of the Curia even and to understand how these things work. But it was precisely probably that is helpful to him in organization, characteristics that Italians tend to think of as an American, very organized, very young, black and white, and yes and no. And then at the same time, that South American flair.
Vatican contributor Anthony Figueiredo.
In many ways, I think we're going to say this was the perfect choice. We have a pope who has lived in South America, knows the United States of America, and has a missionary heart. He said it himself. Address, has a theological background. Yeah, I think this is the Pope that we need at this time.
He becomes the first American Pope in the 2,000-year history of the Catholic Church. The U.S. has signed a trade deal with Britain, the first deal in the president's tariff war.
So good for both countries, and we'll also receive new market access for American chemicals, machinery, and many other industrial products that weren't allowed.
The deal focuses on specific sectors rather than being a full-fledged free trade agreement. The president's transportation secretary is promising to overhaul the nation's air traffic control system. Christopher Cruz reports.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said many of the systems controllers now use are 50 years old. He said the current system will be completely rebuilt.
We're going to have new telecom, new fiber throughout the system. We're going to have brand new radios in our towers.
Duffy said he wants the new system to be up and running in 3 to 4 years.
On Wall Street, investors were relieved there's at least one trade deal. The Dow is up 469 points. This is CBS News. It's one of the biggest nights in country music. CBS's Stacey Lynn reports.
The 60th Annual Academy of Country Music Awards are tonight. Excuse me. Ella Langley's up for the most with 8 nominations. Center in Frisco, Texas, including Blake Shelton. This is God's country. Miranda Lambert. Go and fix your makeup, girl. It's just a breakup running. Chris Stapleton and more. Reba McEntire returns for the 18th time to host. It will be streamed for free on Prime Video. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
The World Video Game Hall of Fame has 4 new inductees. The class of 2025 includes Defender, GoldenEye 007, and Quake, games that have exhibited staying power and influenced the video game industry. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. I'm picking up from my co-host, Tim Stenivek, back in New York. I'm Carol Masser. I am not in New York, and I've got to say, I am far, far from Wall Street. I'm about, 2,400 miles away from Wall Street. But I got to say, there's a lot going on. We're watching it. We're going to be talking about it here because I am in Paradise Valley, Arizona. And really our focus is going to be on real estate. I'm with the Principal Asset Management team at their Real Estate Investor Conference. It's going on. There's people around me. We're going to take a look really at real estate from so many different angles, so many different asset classes. There's the debt side, there's the equity side, and we're going to have a ton of conversations about that class. Additionally, I want to point out some of the folks that we're going to be talking about because it's all from the principal team. We've got Seema Shah sitting down with me. She was with me at Milken. I'm curious to see, it's about 24 hours since we've talked, so I'm curious about kind of her perspective coming off of that event, the Fed today when it comes to a trade deal between the UK and the US, possible movement between U.S. and China, and you did have the president coming out and basically saying, go ahead and buy equity. So we have a lot of support in the equity market. Seema's going to be with us. She's Chief Global Strategist at Principal Asset Management. We're going to talk Europe with Tim Hill. He's Senior Executive Managing Director of U.S. and Europe Client Group at Principal. We're going to also talk about data centers. That's been a big real estate play. We're going to do that with Casey Miller, Managing Director, Portfolio Manager for Principal Real Estate. Tim's going to be back a little bit later on, too, with an update on the trade talks and trade deals today. He's also got a exec he's going to be talking about a lot of things with. And we've also got kind of the big picture view when it comes to the investment environment, real estate, Principal Asset Management, also being a leader in this time. So do not go anywhere. Lots to come over the next few hours. First up, though, let's get a check on that rally, that risk-on trade that we are seeing on Wall Street. For that, it's over to Amy Morris in New York. Amy.
All right, thank you, Carol. You know, President Trump announced a framework for a trade agreement with the UK, marking the first of his promised deals with countries around the world.
The deal includes billions of dollars of increased market access for American exports, especially in agriculture, access for American beef, ethanol, and virtually all of the products produced by our grape farmers.
The agreement includes a 10% baseline tariff and will focus on specific sectors and NASDAQ up 1%, the Dow up 1.1%, the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.36%, the 2-year yield at 3.88%. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Republicans are discussing raising the state and local tax deduction cap to $30,000, among other options, to resolve any disagreements on President Trump's tax package. And Pope Leo XIV, the former Cardinal Robert Prevost, has been elected the first American Pope in the 2000-year history of the Catholic Church. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. We go back now to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. Amy in for Charlie Pellet, of course. Hey, listen, any investment conference, macro and micro, to be quite honest. Seema Shah is with us. She's Chief Global Strategist. All the things that you got to keep a watch on. We've got a great voice to do just that. Actually, macro and micro, to be quite honest. Seema Shah is with us. She's Chief Global Strategist at Principal Asset Management. It is the global investment business for Principal Financial Group. Just a reminder, $540 billion in assets under management. She is here with me at the Principal Asset Management Real Estate Investor Conference. Good to be back with you. It's been kind of 24 hours talked at Milken, and I'm curious when you got on the ground because so much happens in any given day. We had a Fed meeting. We had all of the narrative and news out of Milken. We've also seen some movement when it comes to trade deals out of the White House. So I'm curious, when you first got on the ground, what did everybody want to talk to you about?
Hi, Carol. Great to be back with you. Well, I think the key thing is, everyone wants to know about the trade deal, the US and UK. Of course, when you drill into the details, you find out there aren't any details. So a little bit of a kind of back and forth. As we've seen, there's still the same kind of dynamic there.
Interesting. And in terms of, kind of just general, I do wonder that feeling that the president is starting issues. Like we came off of and I think one of the things that we were just kind of, I don't want want to say shocked, but the thing that stood out for us that there were so many members of the administration, led by probably the top being the Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, who really kicked off the event. And I can't tell, there were a lot of private meetings on the sides that maybe trying to calm investors who were worried about maybe a flight of capital out of the United States to elsewhere. But you seem to be more sanguine about it all. Tell us about your perspective in terms of, are we seeing something dramatic happen here?
Well, I think you're right. What I noticed as well as at Milken was there were more of the administration here, but certainly more than we've ever seen with Bible conferences. So that was really interesting. And it did feel there was a sense where the administration was coming out and really trying to convince the business community that they have a plan, that it's all connected. And I think that's what we really heard from Scott Bessent. From my perspective, I guess I am somewhat sanguine in that we are not anticipating recession. We think that where we are in terms of tariffs today is going to be the worst point, and from here on you get a little bit better. Key thing is, is uncertainty. They need to have some kind of perspective going, and from here to hear more and more news flow will improve.
It's interesting though, and I think this is the one thing we're trying to figure out is that looking at a couple years from now. This was a real change, though, politically as well as investment-wise in terms of the U.S. position in the world order. How do you see it?
I do think that this is not in terms of the U.S. losing its complete dominance. I think the U.S. is still going to be the key place to be investing. But I think what we've seen this time is that with this redrawing of trade lines, greater discussions, which has prompted, for example, European fiscal policymakers to really think about fiscal stimulus, that you are getting to a place where investors in the next 4 or 5 years are going to be thinking of opportunities out. There's the US, we should be thinking in Europe, parts of Asia. I think there is a discussion which is going to gain some momentum as the years go by.
We're going to talk more about Europe, certainly with Tim Hill of Principal. Having said that, we've got the Fed on hold. ECB's been cutting rates, Bank of England making a move. Like, there are some dispersion among global central bankers. And what does that mean specifically when I think about rates for real estate in particular?
Yeah, you're right. And I think that the key thing is that unlike the US, where the Fed has really gone in growth, in Europe, the UK, other parts of the world, they have the same, it's all moving in the same direction. Weaker growth, weaker inflation, which of course isn't great news, but it makes it certainly an easier story for a central bank. So those lower capital, those lower financing rates means looser financial conditions, and that's going to help all kinds of risky assets, in particular real estate, which of course we know is very much tied into bond yields. So I think that's the good news. And on top of that, on top of the central banks, of course, we can see that for a lot of the markets, their yields are moving in the direction that there isn't a loss of confidence. So I think we are starting to see that opportunities are becoming more attractive, even from just the near-term macro dynamics.
It's kind of fascinating to watch. In terms of that dispersion, I mean, when you think about real estate as an asset class, talk to us a little bit about correlation in terms of what we see with other assets. In a market where maybe equities aren't doing so well, what do we see in terms of real estate, which for many investors is a longer-term play?
It is a longer-term play. It's a diversifier, and it's also, in some segments, something more of a defensive play. We certainly see that with, for example, for REITs. And we've seen in the last month that whenever the market has, the overall equity market has struggled, REITs has typically outperformed. So it's playing the role that it's meant to. It's something which has struggled in previous years. And as a result, valuations are quite attractive as well. So we are seeing a lot of investor interest in that perspective. One of the other things, particularly in the US, is inflation mitigation. Now, real estate is a great inflation mitigation product. So from that perspective as well, real estate in the US has got the additional attractive quality.
How do you think about the debt versus the equity side of play when it comes to real estate?
I mean, there are certainly some meaningful differences. I think from a very top-down level, you have to be really careful about which sectors you're thinking about. We know offices, of course, continue to be quite challenged, but equally offices have dragged down valuations for the whole part of the real estate segment,
right? Which
means that in a way this is a great opportunity to gain exposure, particularly if you really believe it's disrupted by what we've seen in the last month.
Came out and it was, I did a panel at Milken, and it was about global real estate, and they made the distinction between private markets and public markets. We saw in public markets, on the side of the market, as you well know, in private markets, things were a lot calmer. It's an important distinction, isn't it?
It's an important distinction, and that's, for private real estate certainly, but also for all of the private segments, is that private market is still considered to be almost the more to market, so you do provide almost a little bit the volatility. There are some concerns, of course, about opaqueness, But certainly when we're thinking about what we're facing in the next couple of months, we're not expecting some kind of GFC-style event. So from that perspective, this is just some volatility underlying. And because of that lack of liquidity in real estate, it actually helps calm things down. The other thing is it's a long-term play, right? It's not a cyclical asset. We're looking at it from the long term. So it's really about that 5, 10-year, 15-year horizon when we're thinking about real estate and looking for the good opportunity for when there's been a buying signal.
And I will say, when we talk about real estate, everybody always says to me, well, you can't just drop it off into one bucket, right? There's geographical differences, there's different asset classes, office, residential, there's logistics, there's warehousing, there's AI data centers. But there's also another component, I just want to throw that at you, kind of to layer over it. It's a regulatory environment within different countries, and that can affect the opportunities that are there or not there when it comes to real estate within the different verticals.
Regulation is it's such a
big
key
thing.
topic. It's a topic which, again, it feeds through to everything, and real estate is one of the key areas where it does affect. What we're seeing is in the US, the most deregulated market in a way of the global economies, which is why it's one of the areas where real estate is doing well. Europe is going to be an interesting one. If they do start to talk about deregulation, as we're starting to hear some signs, that would certainly help pick up the market, particularly in the infrastructure play and how that feeds through. So it's still a lot of moving parts, but potential good news in other parts of the world.
How do you think about the next 6 to 12 months at this point? Do you feel like you're getting more visibility, or not? Maybe not sure yet.
I think we will get more visibility because I think the administration realizes we're hearing small businesses, large corporations, everyone alike really needs that certainty to make their business plans. So in a way, I think that we've hit the worst of it. I think there's going to be volatility going forward. Absolutely. But in terms of that horizon, I think we're going to be in a better place than we are today.
When people, when it comes to real estate, just got about 30 seconds left here. What is it, what asset class or what vertical within it do they most ask you about? I'm just curious.
I mean, typically REITs has been a really interesting one because it's an easy one to get out of, but actually the private real estate is where, you see a lot of demand for private assets generally.
Right.
So private real estate, private infrastructure, those are the key areas that we see continued interest.
Yeah, I feel like that was true at Milk and Two, right? Everybody was talking about that. Great. I feel honored that I got to talk to you within like 20 hours. Thank you so much.
Be with you. Thank you.
Always appreciate it. Chief Global Strategist at right here. Their real estate investment conference. All right, coming up, it does seem like everybody wants to know more about opportunities when it comes to Europe. We touched on it. We want to dig a little bit deeper into it. So coming up, we're going to get into that in just a moment. Stick around, everybody. You're watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We're live at the Principal Asset Management Real Estate Conference in Arizona. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. That's ShipStation.com with the code Bloomberg. And we do check markets at Bloomberg. The S&P 0.4%, NASDAQ up 1.9%, the Dow up 1.4%, the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.37%, the 2-year yield at 3.89%. The outlook for Wall Street bonuses in 2025 is now kind of grim. An expected pullback in payouts by the U.S. trade war and geopolitical tensions. Investment bankers, hedge fund employees, and asset and wealth management professionals year-end incentive pay in 2025. A sharp reversal from swelled and soared. Warner Bros. New York waiting on speculation it may cable TV networks into a separate company. The company recently reorganized into two divisions, one focused on streaming and videos, the other on conventional cable television networks. Shares of Warner Brothers now 5% higher. Cardinal Robert Prevost, a missionary who spent his career ministering in Peru, has been elected the first American pope in the church. Prevost took the name Leo XIV. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's return to Bloomberg Business and Tim Stenovic.
Amy, thanks so much. Trade framework with the UK, hailing it as a breakthrough that U.S. officials hoped would unlock other deals and expand market access for American goods. Okay, that said, talks lie ahead for the U.S. The president is locked in a standoff with China, America's third largest trading partner, on which he imposed tariffs of 145%. On China, here's what the president said in office.
They very much want to make, we can all play first call. Who didn't make it doesn't matter. It only matters what happens in that room. But I will tell you that China very much wants to make a deal. We'll see how that works out.
That was President Trump speaking on China a little earlier today from the Oval Office. I want to bring in Enda Curran. He's Bloomberg News global economy reporter. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Enda, we're going to get to China in just a second, but I want to start with the UK framework that you still have. What details still need to be ironed out here?
Well, I think framework is the word. Look, so there are some areas of agreement on this. Number one, the US will bring down tariffs on UK auto imports from 25% to 10%. The US and UK will continue to talk about tariffs on steel. The UK will reciprocate by allowing greater access for American beef and ethanol, for example, which has been touted as a win for American farmers. And both sides will carry on negotiating these terms for the next 12 months with the they're going to build this out into a broader, deeper style agreement. Now, so the two kind of key takeaways are really on the one hand, sides, but they're not exactly game changers for either economy. But secondly, I think the 10% minimum tariff that the US has imposed remains under this agreement. And that's interesting because if you consider the UK is both a security and trade ally of the US, it's certainly not on the list of egregious offenders, the dirty 15 that the administration talks about, who run big trade deficits. So point is, if they're not going to drop the 10% minimum tariff for the UK, who are they going to drop it for? So, sure, it's an agreement. It's on some de-escalation of trade tensions, but not sure how much of a template it will offer for others to follow.
With others as well. We'll get to China in just a second. A reminder that we're going to be hearing from Tim Hill, Senior Executive Managing Director, Client Group at the Principal Real Estate Conference in Arizona. That's coming up in just a couple of minutes. Carol and Tim will be speaking more about European real estate in just a couple of minutes. And before we get there, I do want to go to China because Jameson Greer, U.S. Trade Representative, and then Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent are headed to Switzerland because they are going to meet representatives from the Chinese government to potentially start discussions, I guess, is the way to talk about this. How should our investing audience think about these conversations with the context of a big trade deal could take years?
Well, the positive is that they're meeting to talk. That's number one. Negotiations, right? Compared to where we were even a month ago, it wasn't even clear if both governments were communicating with each other on this at all. So that's number one. Number two, clearly the messaging, the signaling, the language from both governments is they want de-escalation. Yes, both have their rhetoric, but both also realize that with tariffs where they are, they need to de-escalate this somehow. So the free text sort of framing for this is probably looking for an off-ramp for how to calm things down a little bit. But to your point, after 2 days of talks in Geneva, are we going to see a US-China trade agreement? No, we're not. Are we going to see the start of meaningful trade talks? Probably not even, right? They're probably just going to set out some parameters, some areas where some common ground to start with, and maybe a tentative roadmap to bring down some of these tariffs. But it'll be a very small first step in a hugely long process.
Well, speaking of the process, what's the message that the U.S. sent the rest of the world today when it comes to deal making with the framework reached with the U.K.?
Well, I mean, on paper, you can say, look, the U.S. is keen to get a deal done. I mean, it's turned this deal around within 4 weeks since the reciprocal tariff announcement. Of course, UK and US trade talks have been going on much longer than that, but nonetheless, this probably will template for other countries. But as I say, the real takeaway, though, is that the 10% baseline remained in place. So any country, even in the good books of the US, hoping for that to be removed, probably will be disappointed.
And going to have to leave it there. Enda Curran is Bloomberg News global economy reporter joining us from Washington, D.C. Let's go back to Arizona, where we find Carol Master standing by the Principal Real Estate Conference in Paradise Valley, Arizona. Hey, Carol.
Hey, Tim, great setup. In fact, as you mentioned, we are going to talk with Tim Hill. And your conversation, this is all happening in real time as retail investors are continuing to concern about some rising levels of defaults and higher interest rates. So let's get into it. Tim Hill is sitting by. He's been listening to Tim's conversation back in New York. He's Senior Executive Managing Director, U.S. and Europe Client Group at Principal, and he's here at the Principal Real Estate Conference in Arizona. Tim, you're listening to that conversation. I am curious, the things that we get out of the White House, how does it necessarily impact perhaps kind of global real estate and whether or not investors continue to look outside the United States versus the U.S.? And you've seen a lot of cycles.
Yeah, no doubt. Thanks, Cheryl. It's great to be here. Yeah, our experience in the U.K. in particular, I would say, Liberation Day has been, quite frankly, keep calm and carry on. And again, I think it's proven out here. We've seen it in the markets overall. I think from a real estate perspective, to see great interest in the strategies that we have. In particular, I think because we're a little bit more specialized, data centers, particularly in Europe, very attractive area that we're looking at as well too, and we interest in our U.S. Strategy as well too, and I surprise and I think only served to sort of put a foundation underneath that.
I'm guessing you're talking, Tim, to clients on a daily basis. I am just curious what you're hearing. Are they all kind of like, okay, we're going to wait and see where the dust settles? I know long-term, or, when you're thinking about real estate, it's a longer-term investment play, right? So you're not necessarily in and out. But I'm just curious, what's kind of the mood, the narrative that you're hearing from them?
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. The demand for our macro and our insights has risen dramatically in the month of April. And so having that type of content out there really helps them, our clients, to check what they're thinking and how they're planning for their portfolios.
Tim, I love that you said that like other governments have had their own problems. And I think for we as Americans, this is unusual for us. Yeah. The level of volatility and just kind of a different type of administration. Some say maybe that's what the country needs. Some say no. But that perspective of what you're hearing from European investors, is there a lesson or kind of some, advice in terms of what we are going through as investors here in the United States?
Yeah, I think so. For me, I started working with the teams in Europe about 3 years ago. So I'm a Midwest born and raised, and so it's been a great experience. But I think a lot of it is they are not afraid to laugh at themselves and sort of absorb the situation. And so I think there are some lessons to take away. We don't, I think, spend a lot of time laughing at the situation or trying to appreciate what's going on or the other side's view. And, again, I think the first morning after Liberation Day, I was sitting in London, having a conversation with clients back and forth. It was interesting, but, there was no sharp elbows that have come out since then. And, again, clients are still looking to keep their allocations. They're not moving money away. But I will say there's buoyed confidence, I believe, across Europe in terms of what that means going forward.
Is there a market that you think would surprise investors, especially when it comes to real estate, that maybe isn't being talked about a lot, that is all of a sudden gaining some attention, or at least clients are asking about it?
Yeah, I think it's, again, less market, and it's more what asset class within real estate. I think it's not only real estate, but also infrastructure. Infrastructure is really big, and it doesn't matter whether we're talking institutions or you're talking in Europe at the global financial institutions, private banks. that's a big spot where we're seeing a lot of interest as well.
It's interesting at Milken, I think it was George Roberts of KKR, you know, Iconic was talking about infrastructure. And I know they have been, I think, beefing up some of their efforts in that area, but it's like all of a sudden people are talking about that play in all its different forms.
Yeah, I think it's unique because it matches up for a number of institutional clients, insurance companies, and then for public pensions, the LDI space, where you're looking for more long-dated paper to be able to match up with those liabilities. And the fact of the matter is, when you look at the public fixed income markets, you tend to have a very narrow list of big issuers. And so from a diversification perspective, infrastructure is really interesting.
What are clients asking for in terms of different strategies to play the real estate market? Are they comfortable with the products that are out there? Are they looking for something different at this point?
I would say, you know, the core space has been challenging the last couple of years, and you know, pretty much
post-pandemic, still dealing with some stuff.
Correct, hangover from that perspective. Going into the end of Q1, we were starting to see some really good interest coming back into that. You know, indications of interest, RFIs that we're putting out there. You know, into the first 2 weeks of April, you know, that just ground to a halt. And now all of a sudden here we are 30, 40 days later, and we're right back into those same conversations again. So I think it's a pretty broad-based interest.
I want to go back to kind of how we started. We've just got about 30, 40 seconds left here, Tim. But I mean, you guys have been doing this for, I think, 25 years. You've been involved with the bulk of them. In terms of this moment in time when it comes to real estate investing, how do you think about it? How is it different in comparison maybe to other cycles?
Yeah, I mean, we had a deep dive on stage this morning talking about the different cycles, whether it's a savings and loan or the GFC. We don't think we're anywhere near that type of depth of concern, and where we sit in a really great spot. And in terms of returns that we've had since the pandemic, they're really not that bad, and really put us in a position to take a step forward.
Why does it feel so bad? 20 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know.
People blame the media that we talk too much about it, but I'm just curious.
I think there's a perception that you know, where interest rates are at, that things are dead from that perspective, and quite frankly, that's not the case. If we take a look over time, there's correlation there as well.
This was fun. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Glad
Really
to be here.
appreciate it. Tim Hill, Senior Executive Managing Director, U.S. and Europe Client Group over at Principal. When we come back, putting together the right real estate portfolio and the role of AI data centers. This is something we've been talking about a lot when it comes to real estate. This is Blue.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. We check markets all day long at Bloomberg. We've got green on the screen. Let's go to First Word Breaking News Desk for today's afternoon call. Here's Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Amy. U.S. stocks added to their opening gains today after Trump said if China talks go well, tariffs could be lowered. The Dow is currently up 490 points. S&Ps are higher by 65, and NASDAQ gains 1.7%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.37%. Gold is under pressure. Oil is climbing, but Bitcoin is up 4.5% and is back above 100,000. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were consumer discretionary and energy, consumer staples, utilities, and healthcare were in the red. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Boeing and Disney, while Merck fell 1.4% and led to the downside. After earnings, Axon rose 14%. And in the chip space, Apple is developing specialized chips for glasses and AI servers. In deal news, Coinbase agrees to acquire D-Ribbit for $2.9 billion. And wrapping things up, Monster Beverage reports after the bell. Live from the First Word Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Amy?
All right, thank you, Bill. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris with a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. Well, like its peers, Amazon and Alphabet, Microsoft has raced to construct enough data centers. Really, it's all about meeting that spiking demand for AI training and tools. But I got to point out, in recent months, we've seen maybe a little bit of a slowdown, slowing some of the development efforts, leading some of the investors to debate whether or not this is an indication of financial prudence or just lower long-term demand for cloud and AI. I got to say, coming off of Milken, people said AI data centers, the spend is out there. We've got a great voice on this. Casey Miller's Managing Director, Portfolio Management for Principal Real Estate at Principal Asset Management, the dedicated real estate group of Principal Asset Management. He's a portfolio manager. He is, I should say, within the private equity space, and he also specializes in data centers. He's here in Arizona with me. Data centers. First of all, welcome. Nice to have you here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Data centers. What's the reality in your view in terms of what you're seeing about the spend and still it being kind of a productive asset class?
Yeah, I think we're...
Or vertical within the real estate asset class.
Yeah, I think we're in the very early stages of where we're at. I know, excuse me, there's been a lot of headlines as of late about the spend and about how much sense does it make? Is it still financially viable? And I think if you look at the statistics behind that demand, we're just getting started.
So when we see like a company, one of the big hyperscalers, whether it's Microsoft, whether it's Amazon, whether it's Meta or whatever, although we've seen off the earnings, we've seen some still big numbers. If there's any kind of slowdown like we did see with Microsoft, I think everybody kind of seized on it. Mm-hmm. They've also canceled some projects and so on and so forth, or announcements of plans to spend. How do you kind of roll that in to your overall thinking about the space?
Yeah, I think it's more of the pie's not getting smaller. It's just the pieces of the pie are changing size. So where Microsoft maybe is backing away from some leases, we're seeing increased activity from the other hyperscalers. So they're stepping into those positions, and where there's power, there's demand.
Casey, who do you watch? Like, what's the kind of news cues that you watch so closely, or when you do your own research and do your own, kind of calls and so on and so forth? What are kind of the key things that you're keeping an eye on? Because we obviously watch some of the earnings reports and when there's news come out from the companies, but I'm curious what you watch.
Well, obviously I watch Bloomberg, but
of course you should.
Yeah, no, I mean we're looking at the same data sets that you are, and those earnings are key. You can glean a lot of information from what they're telling us in those earnings calls.
One of the things I wanted to bring up, I talk about the hyperscalers, whether it's Microsoft, Amazon, or Meta, but OpenAI. Mm-hmm. And there was a headline I had seen. They launched a new initiative, OpenAI for countries, really to help other countries build out their AI infrastructure, including data center capacity, customize OpenAI's products for local needs. Some of it's they're working their book, right? They want to see this happening. But I do think about public-private partnerships and the importance of companies reaching out to governments and kind of working hand in hand. That's also important.
Very important. And we're seeing that really throughout the world right now, where pockets of money are trying to attract users, and OpenAI is a great example of where they're trying to deploy in certain areas of the world, and they're being they have the benefit of partnering with those capital sources.
What's the regulatory oversight variances, though? And I just think about some of the stories that we've seen about certain areas, certainly within the United States, people not wanting the data centers there. Sometimes the regulatory
framework over in Europe can be even tougher when it comes to things like that. What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Yeah, it's dependent on the specific locations, but we are seeing an increased scrutiny on that. NIMBYism is real. Not everybody wants a data center in their backyard.
It is real, right?
Yeah, it is.
Is it more so overseas in Europe or in the United States?
I think it's probably traditionally been tougher in Europe simply because they do, they have less available land and the power restrictions are perhaps more acute over there. So we're seeing that. Also, data sovereignty is starting to become a real issue where...
What is that?
Where local, whether it's states or countries, are saying any data created in our country needs to stay in our country. So therefore, that's driving the need for data centers within that specific region.
Well, this is that whole thing of on-premise versus not, right? And I think companies are trying to figure out how much of what they want close to themselves versus up in the cloud or elsewhere at the big data centers.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we've seen a shift where, everything used to be on-prem. Then there was a big shift to just migrating to the cloud. And now I think we're seeing some of that come back.
What's interesting, too, is, and I guess I try to figure out how much of a disconnect could be between the data center spend, or if we see an economic slowdown, should we make the assumption, Casey, that it just impacts every aspect, and that would include maybe the AI data spend? Or is that something that is kind of, put aside because that's where companies kind of see the productivity coming forward?
Yeah, it's been interesting to watch over the various cycles. We've actually seen increased demand for data centers in both times of economic expansion, where businesses are flourishing and they're creating data, but then also in times of economic contraction, where businesses are being mindful of their balance sheet, and they're saying, it's easier to go outsource that and put it in the cloud than it is to maybe bring it back on-prem and operate that facility, which is expensive on their own.
How much of, too, it's the AI, the data centers themselves, the construction, but it was interesting. I had come across, I think it's a French industrial company, Legrand, and they basically make some of the parts for the build-out. We think, big picture in terms of data centers, but there's so many different pieces, right, of the supply chain that are crucial when we think about the AI build.
Yeah, supply chain is real. That's a real consideration right now for any build, whether it's AI or cloud. The long lead time items that go into these facilities, can sometimes be in excess of 2 years. So you need to be in front of that as a developer and owner-operator of data centers.
One of the things I love talking about real estate, and I remember, I think early in on my career, I'd be like, okay, how's real estate, global real estate? They're like, well, where do you want to go? Because there's residential, there's commercial, there's office, there's logistics, there's warehousing. Now we talk a lot about AI data centers. How often do some of the clients at Principal, they're saying, well, okay, tell us what's going on in data centers, or that's where I want to commit some long-term money?
Yeah, we're having those discussions really daily. And, I think especially as perhaps office is currently out of favor, investors are looking for places to put their money, and data centers, fortunately for us right now, seems to be a preferred asset class.
Is it preferred in one region of the world versus another?
I think, generally speaking, I would say U.S. is still probably a primary focus, probably because that's where the most activity from the hyperscalers is. But we are seeing increased activity in Europe and in APAC.
Yeah, that kind of flight of capital, all right, or interest in Europe certainly continues. We're going to leave it on that note. Casey, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Casey Miller, Managing Director, Portfolio Management for Principal Real Estate at Principal Asset Management, joining us here from Arizona. I'm going to toss it back to Tim as we count ourselves down to the bell on this. What day is it?
It's Thursday, Carol. I know.
Thursday.
Carol's been she's in different time zones. She's jet setting all over this United States. Carol, thanks so much. Great stuff coming from the Principal Real Estate Conference in Arizona. We got some headlines to bring you here from New York. The president is pushing lawmakers to increase tax rates on some of the wealthiest Americans as a way to offset other cuts in his signature economic package. President Trump's proposal calls for creating a new 39.6% tax bracket for individuals earning at least $2.5 million or couples making $5 million. That's according to people familiar with the discussion. We'll continue to bring you updates as we get more information about this breaking news. Once again, the president seeking a tax hike on wealthy who earn $2.5 million a year or more. This is Bloomberg.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
TikTok, everyone, about 10 minutes to go until the closing bell on this Thursday afternoon. Taking a look at equity markets off their best levels, but still seeing some green on the screen. Some buying on this Thursday. The S&P 500 up 1% right now. The NASDAQ composite up 1.5%. The Dow up just exactly 1%. A risk-on wave enveloping Wall Street. This stocks higher, bonds lower. The president announced a trade deal with the UK while noting that if China talks go well, tariffs could be lowered. Equities also gained after the president said investors should buy shares now. I want to bring in Rob Hayworth, Senior Investment Strategy Director at U.S. Bank Asset Management Group. He joins us from Seattle. Rob, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. I think a lot of questions still remain about the status of trade between the U.S. and pretty much every other country in the world, China being the big one. But I want to get your thoughts on the framework that we learned about earlier today with the UK and what that portends about trade deals moving forward.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. Great to be with you. It was certainly good news from the market's perspective, but I think there's still a lot of questions. I think the good news is we know tariffs, if we can get a deal, are coming down, and it looks like it's coming with some benefits for U.S. industries on the back end, where there's talk of promises to buy things. Whether that comes to full fruition or not, we'll have to see. But certainly that was good news in the industrials. That was good news for consumer discretionary. Good news for small companies is what we're seeing today. And I think the market's taking some hope that that pattern pushes through to everywhere else. I think the tough news for the market is the president is staying with a 10% minimum tariff on most all goods. And so that's going to dampen some of the economic prospects as we push forward. But I think it's an interesting framework that the market is looking hopeful for as we move through to our bigger trading partners in China and the European Union before we finally get back to both Mexico and Canada, which are some of our much larger trading partners.
Yeah, I'm glad you went there with China, because I think that's really the one that everybody's looking for, the elephant in the room, if you will. And certainly we heard from the president today that comments regarding U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent heading to Switzerland, along with U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. They're set to start those conversations over the weekend in Switzerland. Are you optimistic that something will come out of this weekend?
Well, I'm hopeful we at least have a framework for future talks. I don't think we know enough to say that we'll come away with concrete strategies. I think the hard part for the market is we need to get through all this uncertainty so that companies can get back to long-term planning on their spending and investment protocols, right? And I think that's the challenge we're seeing as we wrap up first quarter earnings season, as we've seen a lot of suspensions of our forward guidance while companies wait to know what is the cost structure they're actually going to face when it comes to global trade, when it comes to the input costs for their products. And so, a start will be cheered by the market, but we're still a long ways from that solidified number that could maybe start to lift earnings expectations in the future once we know what our costs are really going to be. So I think there's still a lot of uncertainty ahead for us as we try and get through all these deals.
So we're about 7.7% off of all-time highs from February right now. We're pretty much where we were, more or less where we were before the so-called Liberation Day, Rob. Are you thinking at all that equities could have gotten ahead of themselves here and that traders could have been getting ahead of themselves? Because after all, there is this blanket tariff that is still going to exist regardless of what happens, right?
Yeah, I think that's part of what we anticipated even before Liberation Day was that tariffs were coming and they were going to be higher. So the markets maybe priced some of this, but this is solidly in what we call our base case of a weighted average 10 to 20% tariff range, where we really need some clarity on the forward investment prospects and the forward growth prospects, I think, for the market to break out of this, call it 4,800 to 5,800 trading range we've been in for much of this month, for the market to really decide that we can start pricing in much higher growth rates going forward. I think the challenge is, some of the costs we see, whether it's still elevated interest rates, some inflation pressure coming down the pipeline, somewhat softer consumer spending, especially since we've pulled forward some consumer activity. I think that's a bit of a challenge in the next couple of months for the market to get over. So I think we're still seeing this as range bound unless we get some really good news that tariff rates are really going to be lower than much of the market has anticipated so far.
So what do you advise an investor to do when it comes to asset allocation or portfolio repositioning? Let's start with equities, and then we'll get to fixed income if we have time. On equities, geographically, how are you thinking?
We're thinking diversification matters again. The U.S. has seen a bit of a reset, and there's maybe some values out there, but we would say there's still a lot of uncertainty. I think the good news out of earnings season is investment continues in artificial intelligence. That trend can continue. I think the question is, can the rest of the economy still keep up? And that's a bit more of an open question, as the Fed highlighted yesterday. Globally, we'd look globally at this point because we think this is putting pressure on the rest of the world to actually grow a little bit more, and those prospects are a little better, one. And two, you've got central banks, particularly the Bank of England and the European Central Bank, that are providing significant support through interest rate cuts. So there's maybe a better story in global diversification today than there has been. So that's really where we'd have people take a look at their portfolios and start to make sure those two that you have some non-U.S. assets to go along with your U.S. Equity exposure.
We're seeing the air come out of the equity market a little bit, up 0.6% on the S&P 500 earlier in the day. We're up as much as 1.6%. Let's move on over to fixed income just in the last 45 seconds that we have with you. You're a fan of munis.
We are, right? We think that we've certainly seen a lot of headwinds to start the year over concerns about the spending bill and what that might mean for the tax benefits for munis. But also we've seen a lot of issuance. And we think that starts to abate. The fundamentals and the underlying balance sheet still look good in the muni space. So we think for those investors in a higher tax bracket, municipals make a tremendous amount of sense. Secondarily, we'd still look towards certain esoteric credit sectors because spreads have widened a little bit, investors have backed off a little bit, and this is probably a good opportunity to pick up some higher yielding paper in things like structured credit and insurance-linked securities to kind of boost the income in your portfolio as we move through the rest of the year.
Rob, good to see you. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Do appreciate it. That's Rob Hayworth. He's Senior Investment Strategy Director at U.S. Bank Asset Management Group. Taking a look at the equity indices here in the U.S., the S&P 500 off its best levels of the day, but still up close to 0.6%. The NASDAQ composite up a little more than 1%. The Dow up more than 0.6%. CRYP Go on the Bloomberg Terminal. Bitcoin, $101,000, up 4%.
Market coverage for you on a simulcast right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
About 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day, I'm Alex Steele alongside Scarlett Fu. We're going to take you through the closing bell in a global simulcast. We're now joined by Tim Stenovic, Carol Master, and Romaine Bostick are both on assignment today. Reed getting on a plane and coming back to New York, bringing together our Bloomberg television, radio, and YouTube audiences worldwide to parse through the most crucial moments of the trading day. We are seeing some lightness into the close here, Tim.
Yeah, and look, if we think about crucial moments of the trading day, it was that Oval Office conversation or press conference we heard from the president about that framework, about a deal with the UK. He also said he would buy U.S. stocks. That buoyed stocks, but like you said, we're seeing a little air taken out of the trade as we get to the close.
Yeah, I was looking at the IMAP earlier, and it showed that it was an incredibly broad advance with 10 out of 11 sectors in the green. That has changed a little bit here, but worth noting still that those sectors that are lagging behind, healthcare, utilities, real estate investment trust, they tend to be a little bit more defensive, whereas the ones that are leading the gains, consumer discretionary, industrials, energy, definitely more cyclical.
Yeah, interesting to take a look at other areas of the market, right? You're seeing a pretty solid selling all across the yield curve, guys, particularly in that front end. Yield's really moving higher. The highest since April 11th. So we've definitely re-rated most asset classes back to where we were around April 8th, 9th, 10th once we sorted out post-Liberation Day.
Some even higher than that, like Bitcoin, for example, up another 4.6%, $101,000 on Bitcoin right now. Remember that all-time high was January 21st, more or less, about $112,000 per Bitcoin.
Yeah, a lot of people talking about how maybe we would break out of our range. And yes, we are right back to right around that April 2nd level, just around it. But in order to really break out, there needs to be more concrete details of what discussions are taking place on trade.
You know who's been buying? Retail. Retail has been a consistent buyer within the equity market. But do you chase here is really the question. There is the closing bell on this Thursday. You got the Dow Jones up by about 0.6%, the S&P up by about 0.5%, the NASDAQ up 1%. So we are seeing a little bit of rollover as we headed in to the close here, but nonetheless, a pretty solid day on the trade deal between the U.S. and the U.K. I just want to point out small caps still participating in the rally here, guys, up by, I can't read that far, 2%? I'm going to go 2%, Tim.
I can't read that far either.
Okay, good. So it's up a certain amount.
Yeah. It's
more
green.
Than the others.
It is green. We can confirm that. Hey, taking a deeper look into the S&P 500, we did see 347 names move higher, 154 names move lower. In terms of the prominent ones that moved higher, Axon Enterprise, the maker of Taser, up 14%. A couple energy companies higher. Enphase Energy up by 12% on the downside. Match Group down 9%. Fortinet and Cencora leading losses, at least on a percentage basis, in the S&P 500.
All right, a quick mention, just once again, of the IMAP. You have 7 out of 11 sectors in the green, as I mentioned, healthcare, utilities, and REITs, and now consumer staples in the red.
All right, guys, we're getting some earnings out. We got a ton coming out after the bell. Lyft coming out. All right, taking a look at earnings for the first quarter, $1. They were looking for a loss of about 68 cents a share, so that's a beat. Gross bookings for the first quarter coming in at $4.16 billion, bang in line with estimates as well. Active riders also coming in a little bit stronger than estimated. Revenue, though, a little bit light, $1.45 billion. Let's get to the forecast now. Looking at second quarter gross bookings coming in anywhere between $4.41 billion and $4.57 billion, so bang in line with the range that was expected. They're also increasing the share repurchase program to $750 million. That's stock up over 4%.
All right, you said we had a lot of earnings. They are coming fast and furious in the after hours. Expedia shares doing a whole lot of nothing after the company reported first quarter adjusted EPS that beat estimates. 40 cents was what came in, 36 cents was the estimate. First quarter revenue coming in just shy of estimates at $2.99 billion. First quarter gross bookings coming in at $31.45 billion. That's just shy of estimates of $31.76 billion. Once again, shares unchanged in the after hours.
All right, just jumping in here with Akamai reporting results. This is the infrastructure software company. First quarter revenue, pretty much bang in line with analyst estimates. First quarter adjusted EPS, though, is a beat, $1.70 versus the average analyst estimate of $1.57. When it comes to the outlook for this quarter, the second quarter, it has narrowed the range of its outlook here. As far as the full year revenue outlook, we're looking at $4.05 billion to $4.2 billion. Previously, it had seen $4 billion to $4.2 billion. You look at the shares right now, currently unchanged, but we do want to mention that the CEO, Tom Layton, will be joining us tomorrow on the close.
All right, like a deep tease. All right, also looking at Paramount Global. So revenue came in at $7.19 billion. That was down 6.4% year on year, but a little bit better than estimates. Let's get to some of the details, though, with that. TV revenue portion comes in stronger than estimated, yet still down 13% year on year. That direct-to-consumer revenue, a little lighter, but yet came in stronger on a year-on-year basis. And the entertainment revenue for film beating estimates and also up on a year-on-year basis. In the press release, guys, they talked about the completion of the Skydance transaction is subject to regulatory approvals and customary closing conditions. The transactions are expected to close in the first half of 2025. Scar.
It sounds so innocent. It sounds like such boilerplate when you know that there's a lot of drama behind it.
So much drama, yes.
All right, I'm watching shares of Trade Desk, and they're moving higher in the after hours. It's the ad tech company, up about 11% right now. Shares were up as much as 14%. The company reported first quarter adjusted EPS that beat estimates, saying that second quarter revenue will be at least $682 million. That's just a tad shy of the $682.7 million that analysts wanted to see. Second quarter adjusted EBITDA coming in above estimates, and the company sees second quarter revenue coming in just ever so shy of estimates. First quarter adjusted EPS did beat at 33 cents, and first quarter revenue did beat at $616 million. Once again, shares up about 10.7% in the after hours.
All right, let's take a look at shares of Dropbox. Moving right now after reporting first quarter adjusted EPS beat analyst estimates. We're talking about 51 cents. Analysts were looking for 62 cents on average. In terms of the revenue, $624.7 million does top the average analyst estimate. The stock, however, just down marginally by about 2% right now.
All right, I just want to go back to Lyft for a second because that stock is driving higher. I can't say that, but I was trying to make a pun. Moving much higher in the post-market. It's seeing that gross bookings is about to be on the high end about $4.57 billion. That low end, $4.41 billion. We're seeing a big, nice jump in after-hours earnings and increasing their repurchase program.
And a huge contrast to what Uber reported, right? Because they reported weaker than expected quarterly gross bookings for the period, and they were citing the slowdown in the economy, a slowdown in the rideshare business, and so perhaps people were expecting Lyft to do something similar.
We have to wonder what the margins are to look at that as well, because part of the way that Lyft can do that is by competing on price, and that might hurt other areas.
Okay, I'm looking at what's going on with Wolfspeed right now. Third quarter net revenue did meet estimates. Shares, though, really moving lower in the after hours, bouncing around about 12, 13, 14% lower as we speak. Third quarter net revenue coming in just shy of estimates, ever so slightly. Third quarter adjusted loss per share coming in at 72 cents. That's shy of estimates at 82 cents a share. So that was pretty good. Third quarter net revenue meeting estimates. Looking for more headlines on why shares are moving lower. I will get those to you as soon as I get them. Once again, shares of Wolfspeed in the after hours down right now by about 11.3%.
All right, let's take a look at Sweetgreen as well. Once my favorite salad company until I decided I couldn't afford the $20 salads every day. Let's take a look at revenue for the quarter. Revenue meeting analyst estimates, $166.3 million, slightly higher than the anticipated $165.1 million. For the first quarter, it did report a loss for the period. 21 cents a share was a loss. That is narrower than what analysts were looking for. They anticipated a loss of 22 cents a share. The stock marginally higher right now, up by 1.1%.
All right, I'm taking a look at TKO. That, of course, has the brands like UFC and WWE. They raised their 2025 full-year guidance despite the fact that their first quarter earnings did miss estimates. The UFC adjusted EBITDA coming in at about $227 million, and the WWE EBITDA coming in about $193 million. The CEO in the press release saying, look, we're off to a good start. Both UFC and WWE are delivering solid financial results, guys.
All right, well, speaking of solid financial results, Pinterest shares are higher right now, and it all has to do with that outlook coming from the company. It says they see second quarter revenue coming between $960 to $980 million. Estimates were at the lowish end of that at $963.7 million. Shares higher by about 11.3%. First quarter adjusted EPS came in shy of estimates. First quarter revenue, though, came in above estimates. The company does see adjusted EBITDA for the second quarter coming in at $217 million, $237 million. That is within the range. Estimate was for $237.4 million, so just shy of that range, I should say. First quarter adjusted EBITDA did come in above estimates at $171.6 million. First quarter monthly active users, though, was higher than estimates at $570 million. Second quarter revenue, look at that in terms of that outlook, plus 12% to plus 15%.
All right, let me just jump in here with a healthcare company or a healthcare equipment company, and that is McKesson, reporting fourth quarter adjusted EPS of $10.12, beating the consensus estimate of $9.75. Revenue also up. Revenue actually trailing the average analyst estimate, $90.8 billion. Analysts were looking for $94 billion. As for the outlook, it sees 2026 adjusted EPS of $36.75 to $37.55. Analysts were looking for $36.73, which is lower than that range. And McKesson says it plans to to separate its medical surgical solutions segment. So again, an announcement here from the medical equipment company McKesson saying it plans to separate its medical surgical solutions segment.
All right, taking a look at Affirm here. Shares were down by about 4% after issuing their third quarter results. Their third quarter revenue coming in a little bit better though, $783 million. The street was looking for about $782.9 million. So definitely on par with that. We can go through the press release and bring you more details as it crosses.
That was a lot of earnings. And we're not quite completely done. We still have more companies to report. A big thank you to both of you. We can hold down the fort. We don't need Carol and Romaine, do we?
Let them enjoy their flight back from LA.
Hey, Carol's hard at work. Carol's hard at work in Arizona. They're not letting her come back.
What? She's on the West Coast.
No, I know. She's still working. She's been on like many planes. That is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close on Bloomberg Television, Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We're going to see some of you back tomorrow, same time, same place. I think Carol gets the day off, finally.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, I don't know if flying back on the red eye is actually a day off, but I will take it. I will take it. I will be at least home Friday morning. I'm Carol Masser. Tim, thank you so much, and to the whole TV gang there. We're at the Principal Asset Real Estate Conference here in Pleasant Valley, Arizona. We're going to continue our coverage here. I want to throw out one little stat as we continue. Nearly half of family offices say they plan to increase allocations to real estate in the coming months, with an emphasis on residential and industrial sectors. This is according to some research out from Knight Frank. So let's get to it. I'm curious what Rich Hill has to say about it. He's Senior Managing Director, Global Head of Real Estate Research and Strategy at Principal Asset Management here at the conference in Arizona. Rich, good to have you here with us. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me on today.
Well, it's great to have you here. I love folks who have seen some different cycles. How do you make sense of this cycle right now?
Look, every cycle's different. I like to begin by saying commercial real estate valuations are down more than 20% from their peak in 2022. That's a generational decline in private real estate valuations. We've only seen that 2 times before, in the aftermath of the Great Financial Crisis and in the early 1990s post the S&L crisis. So heading into this year, commercial real estate valuations felt like they were on pretty good footing. Then April came and tariffs threw a little wrench in that equation, leading to some questions amongst investors.
Well, it's interesting, too, when I think about mispriced assets. So how mispriced are they then today in terms of too low in terms of valuation? Which are some assets that maybe still need a little bit of work here?
Yeah, great. That is a really interesting question, because as you think about what's mispriced, you can think about that on an absolute basis or a relative basis.
Great point.
Where we think about assets that are mispriced, it's assets that are actually going to grow very strongly over the next 3, 5, or 10 years. Those are, in many cases, alternative sectors that many people don't think could be considered traditional commercial real estate asset classes.
Right.
Things like data centers,
right,
or cell towers, or seniors housing, or single-family rentals. These were asset classes that didn't exist in the commercial real estate sector 20 years ago, but are now a big portion of the commercial real estate market.
Yeah, I love that you go there. There's also variations, I'm assuming, in terms of geography, right? When you look at what's mispriced, what's not.
For sure. As we think about what has done really well over the past 5 years, it's been driven by population migrations.
Right.
So many of the Sunbelt markets boomed in valuations. And you're beginning to see some actual growing pains in the Sunbelt market.
One of the things I love that you said, longevity. Deborah Cafaro of Ventus was on this panel I did at Milken, and just, she's been, obviously when it comes to senior living centers, obviously the healthcare side of it, but that longevity play, especially when it comes to real estate, that's one that's going to stick with us for a while.
It is. What I don't think a lot of people may understand is that the aging demographic has lived in their houses for longer periods of time. That's actually created some structural imbalances in the single-family home market. But we think this aging demographic will ultimately move into seniors housing, whether it be limited service senior housing,
right?
All sorts of different seniors housing. And this is going to be a long-term structural shift that's here to stay.
That's a global
that is a global trend. Right?
It is.
It's not specific in terms of different markets. One of the things I wanted to say, I mean, looking at how U.S. REITs are performing, as a group, they're up about 1% year to date. They've bounced back along with the rest of the U.S. market. They're nearly up 12% since early April. You look at European REITs, they've bounced nearly 17% since then. What does the trend tell you about investor sentiment and the willingness to maybe go back into the market? Is it just the overall, okay, bounce back, or is it something more substantial?
We think it's something much more substantial. REITs, while they've had good years in the past couple years on an absolute basis, they haven't been a favored sector in the S&P 500 or the global stock market. But we think the listed public markets are a leading indicator in both downturns and recoveries. So the public markets are sending a signal that commercial real estate might be a relative winner in this new backdrop of higher interest rates and higher inflation. It's a really fascinating topic that I don't think is getting enough attention. Listed REITs in the United States, real estate in the United States, is the fourth best sector of the S&P 500, despite all the headlines you see about what's happening with tariffs, what's happening with growth, what's happening with interest rates. The public markets are telling you that you should be focusing on the commercial real estate
Well, how
market.
do you make sense of that in terms of a higher for maybe longer rate environment, certainly in the United States? And it's not fair to say, I mean, the ECB, we saw, certainly has been cutting rates. We saw the Bank of England cut it. So it's not all, the same rate strategy when it comes to global central banks. How do you make sense of that, though, in the United States?
I'm often asked, what do I think about this new normal environment of higher inflation and higher interest rates?
Right.
I reject the premise of the question. What was abnormal was the last 10 years of low interest rates and low inflation. Commercial real estate actually doesn't do that well in that environment, at least on a relative basis. Where commercial real estate actually does well is what happened prior to the GFC.
Right.
A higher interest rate, higher inflation regime has existed for decades. And that's actually fairly accommodative for commercial real estate because guess what? It's a growth sector.
What about office? I just want to go there. I feel like we've been talking about it since the pandemic. Here we are, 5 years out, and I don't know whether the big shoe has yet to drop. Expectations in terms of that within the real estate sector.
If you're going to ask me, is office going to be an attractive sector over the next 10 years or beyond?
Yeah.
I have to tell you, yes, it's going to be.
Why?
There's a couple different reasons. First of all, last cycle's winners are rarely next cycle's winners. Office properties have been beaten down so much, and they're redlined by much of the investor base right now, that they're beginning to screen at an attractive valuation, especially for the high-quality, well-positioned properties. I would consider myself office curious right now. I think it is an attractive asset class over the medium to long term. The signal that you should be looking for is an opening up of lending to the office sector, and I think we're on the cusp of seeing that in 2025.
Coming from the private markets more so than the big banks?
That is correct. People like Principal Asset Management, one of the themes that we heard on our panel earlier today is, well, is there an opportunity to begin lending on high-quality office at a reset lower basis? I think that might make a lot of sense.
I am curious, as you guys have conversations here at the conference, you've got some really big clients, big investors here. What is top of mind for them when it comes to real estate? And I hate to keep putting it all into one bucket because it's, as we know, there's different verticals, there's different geographies, and I think it's an important distinction. But I am curious what they're asking you.
Yeah. What's happened over the past 20, 30 years is that commercial real estate has benefited from a secular decline in 10-year treasury rates.
Right.
Borrowers have been, or investors have been able to refinance and lower interest rates, which has helped valuations. I think a really big theme coming out of this conference is back to basics. What property type and what market will drive long-term growth? That's really refreshing to me because financial engineering has driven returns for the past decade plus.
Right.
We're now getting back to, all right, fine. What property type do I think I'm going to get 3% net operating income growth, revenue minus expenses?
Right.
Where can I actually generate the high, attractive, unlevered IRRs? You actually don't need that much growth relative to history to get there. So I think there's a lot of investors acutely focused on what property types and what markets to buy.
Rich, it's more like being back to normal, right? I mean, I know everybody kind of forgets that what we saw for such a long time where there was basically no cost to money, right? That was the unusual point.
You call it back to the future, call it back to normal, whatever you want to. This is a really refreshing environment where you can actually block and tackle, if you will.
I want to ask you,
variations, U.S., Europe, Asia, Middle East, the supply chain as it moves around, geographies that maybe didn't get a lot of attention that are now getting attention. Like I keep bringing up this idea that Disney's not going to build a theme park in the Middle East. I talked to a lot of folks at Milken who were like, we opened up an office somewhere in the Middle East. So I am curious, when you look around the world, where is it all of a sudden getting a lot of investor attention when it comes to the real estate play?
We think one of the most significant trends over the next 5 to 10 years might be the European continent, and specifically
definitely Europe, yeah.
and specifically building logistics on the European continent. Why is that the case? Well, the European countries might have to trade more with each other, and most warehouse facilities on the European continent are actually relatively old, call it 10, 15, 20 years old.
Right.
That does not accommodate new modern trade. So to be able to build new logistics facilities on the continent could be a really interesting theme that's coming out of the next evolution of where we go post-tariff.
Does that also include ports? Like ports all of a sudden? One of the things that came out of the discussions at Milken too was like that West Coast port. One of, that maybe it'll be busy, but maybe not as busy as it used to be. So I'm just curious when you think about that as well, the infrastructure build for that.
Absolutely. You have to find these right ports on the European continent, maybe even the UK, that will change the shipment of goods. Maybe in the U.S., one of the ports that I think is most interesting is Savannah, just to sort of levy off of what you were talking about.
Got a lot of family down in South Carolina, not Savannah, but nonetheless, there's so much activity. Just to wrap up here, where do you think is the biggest opportunity when you look out? Again, real estate's a longer term play, so I think it's either 3, 5, 10 years. Where do you think will really present some really unique opportunities for investors?
Yeah, so I'll just conclude, commercial real estate is actually 18 different sectors that fall under a broad umbrella. There are always opportunities someplace in the world for some property type.
Right.
I do think European logistics is a really big opportunity. We think seniors housing is a really big opportunity.
Globally, right?
Globally. One of the themes that I've been really surprised about to hear, because it's a relatively niche sector, but it levers off of seniors housing, is medical office buildings. I've been hearing a lot of investors talk about medical office buildings. So there's going to be some really interesting opportunities that come out from the shakeup. And I'll come back to the question you asked about office. I'd be remiss if I said over the next 10 or 20 years, it sort of feels like it's ready for a rebound at some point.
People are actually going back to the office, aren't they?
My train into New York City is at 97% of capacity.
It's happening. It's happening. Really great stuff. Thank you so much.
It was great meeting you.
Yeah, same here. Rich Hill, Senior Managing Director, Global Head of Real Estate Research and Strategy at Principal Asset Management here at the Principal Real Estate Conference. All right, folks, I'm going to send it back to New York as Bloomberg Business Week Daily continues. Tim, with a great voice when it comes to actually the global supply chain. Tim, over to you.
That's right. I want to talk autos because Ford Pro is Ford's commercial vehicle unit. It's Ford's most profitable unit. It posted earnings before interest and taxes of $1.3 billion in the first quarter, far more than any other unit at the company. We've got with us Matt Atkinson, Executive Director of Ford Pro North American Sales. He joins us from Detroit. Matt, good to have you with us. We learned this week that Ford halted its guidance and warned of a $1.5 billion hit as a result of tariffs. If you think about the Ford Pro business, especially in North America, what impact are tariffs having on it? And is it different than the rest of the company?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me, and great to meet you. And it's an honor to be here, especially during National Small Business Week. You know, one of the things we're really proud to say at Ford Pro is that every week is Small Business Week, but it's always nice when the country takes a step back to recognize the contribution of small business. And you know, one thing that is not lost on us in these times is that our success is directly tied to our customers' success. And so in times of uncertainty, one of the things that we have found is that when you can be simple and transparent, that is what can help the country the most. And one of the biggest reasons why we launched our From America for America campaign, because when a customer, especially a small business, walks into a Ford dealership, they know the price that they're going to get. They're going to pay what we pay, our employee pricing. And we have found that that has really helped small businesses navigate these uncertain times.
How are your small businesses doing? How are your potential customers and your customers doing right now?
Well, you know, we're coming off first quarter sales, as you just announced. It was our best pickup sale quarter in the last 20 years. And so, you know, as you and your audience probably know, our full-size pickups are the best in class. They had sales leadership there the last 48 years. And so to have our best quarter at any given time is, I think, a sign of strength, but certainly not one that we take for granted. But what small businesses are telling us right now is that, in these uncertain times, whether it's the transaction price that they're going to pay for their truck or their van, they also want to know that the company that they're choosing to do business with is going to stick with them. And especially for small business, where they're operating fleets where time is money, we're proud to offer a service network across the country, 730 certified commercial vehicle centers, 65 national service elite centers that are opening up across the country. And that is what customers, especially small business, tells us they need in these times, is they can't afford any missteps. They can't afford to have that vehicle down. And it's probably one of the reasons why Ford Van and Trucks continue to be operated by more small business than any other automaker.
Look, I think the results that I mentioned kind of speak for themselves, that it's the most profitable unit at Ford. I still, though, I think there are a lot of questions about the impact of tariffs, especially given what we heard from Ford earlier this week. Do you think that tariffs, what is the impact that tariffs have on your business versus the greater Ford business?
Look, the customers and small business can hear a lot right now, including from us with their earnings. But I think one important thing they need to know is that we have plenty of inventory on the ground today. And all of that inventory, from our cars all the way up through our trucks, from all of our powertrains, from gas, diesel, hybrid, even electric, all qualify for this promotion. And if you didn't catch it, that runs through the 4th of July. So despite these uncertain times, like I mentioned before, what they need to know is that when they're in the market for a vehicle and their business is looking to upgrade or replace, Ford Pro and our Ford dealers are going to be there for them and can offer them that confidence in the marketplace.
Ford said that it's going to produce 100,000 Super Duty pickups at a plant in Oakville, Ontario. That would start next year. Given what we've heard from President Trump and his push to have more U.S. manufacturing through his tariffs, is there a chance that Ford could instead build those trucks at one of its U.S. plants?
Well, look, one of the things that we talk about, even with our dealers, about future investments is that, it's nice to have demand for our pickup trucks. And we've had that sales demand for quite some time now, especially coming out of a supply constrained environment like we saw over the last couple of years. And so we're going to look at all options that are on the table. But what we're finding right now is that when customers walk in looking for a Super Duty truck today, we are winning in the marketplace because of the message that we have. And again, it comes back to that simplicity and transparency. And that's one of the reasons that gives us so much confidence today and into the future.
And look, again, the numbers sort of speak for themselves. You guys dominate when it comes to commercial truck and the van business in the U.S. You have about a 40% share. That's what you've established. Investors want to know about growth. Where will that future growth come from?
Well, look, we have no signs of and no intentions of letting our foot off the gas. We have had leadership in that space for the last 40 years in the commercial space. Overall, as I mentioned, our full-size pickups have led in overall sales for the last 48 years, going on 49. In fact, in our 49th year, our lead has even grown versus what it was at this point in year 48 of leadership. So what small business and customers can feel confident in is that the franchise of our F-Series pickup trucks is really important to us, and we're always going to give them the best, most capable pickup truck that is on the market.
Well, we think a lot about services and telematics. That's certainly been an opportunity for companies to grow when it comes to software as a service. Ford Pro has done well expanding its subscription telematics business to provide logistics and other connected services to commercial customers. What is the future of that business, and then how can Ford translate that success to retail customers who maybe buy a Bronco or an F-150?
Right. It's one of the areas that we may be even most excited about in the future of Ford Pro. We are, the modems that are being activated in our vehicles are growing every day. We're seeing lots of benefit from subscription services that are connecting those vehicles and helping provide more efficiencies to our customers. One of the things that we benefit from, as I said before, is that small businesses purchase Ford trucks and vans more than any other automaker. And that history, the lessons that we've learned over time help inspire our future innovations. And what small businesses continue to tell us is that if we can help provide to them more services, more subscriptions to help prevent their time being out of market, then that is a value story for them that they want to invest in. And so you're going to continue to see new news from us into the future. And when that can complement the strong history and heritage that we have in our products, we think that's a real winning story for us and for our customers.
So Matt, when you think about the small businesses that you sell to, really the backbone of the U.S. economy, I'm curious how they're embracing EVs like the battery-powered transit van, the electric F-150 Lightning. How is that happening among commercial customers right now? Like, how is selling an EV to a commercial customer different than selling maybe the like a Mach-E to my dad, for example, which he bought?
Sure. Yeah, no, look, anytime you introduce something new, and we have a history of, introducing most of the country to automobiles in the first place. Anytime you introduce something new, you have to be able to explain it. And I think what we're finding, especially with small businesses, that, they have very unique needs when it comes to powertrain offerings. And, from the size and space that they can store the vehicles to how they can use them. And one of the things that have resonated the most for us is everybody's interested in fuel economy savings. And we just launched last week at a conference in California our consultancy service that's going to help small business take advantage of opportunities and rebates to go purchase vehicles, so that if electric is of importance to them and they want to make that investment, we can help them maximize the amount of money they can get from federal or state rebates. And look, regardless of what a small business needs, one of the proof points and pride points that we have is that we offer the power of choice: gas, diesel, hybrid, electric. We're there for fleets. We have the largest fleet in the United States and the largest electric fleet in the United States. And so whatever their need is, we want to be there for them to help sell, service, and support through the telematics and subscription services that we talked about a moment ago.
Matt, appreciate you taking some time and joining us. That's Matt Atkinson, Ford Pro Executive Director, North American Sales for Ford Pro, joining us from Detroit. I do want to get back to Arizona and send things to Carol Masser. She's standing by at the Principal Real Estate Conference in Paradise Valley. Hey, Carol.
All right, Tim, thank you so much. Great conversation, and really relates to so much what we're talking about in terms of global supply chains and things that are being moved around, and there are real estate plays off of that. One of the real estate plays is when it comes to infrastructure. And I got to point out, Milken happened. Our next guest was at Milken with me as well. And at the event, KKR co-founder George Roberts said infrastructure, there's probably no better time to invest right now. Interest rates are high and there's a lot of good quality assets out there. So it's a great way to get into our conversation. We want to talk a little bit more about infrastructure. Let's bring in Mansi Patel. She's Senior Managing Director, Head of Infrastructure Debt over at Principal Asset Management here at the Principal Real Estate Conference in Arizona. There's a lot of conversations going on. Good to have you here. Tell us about Milken. I'm curious about the conversations you heard and how many times I feel like we haven't been talking about infrastructure so much, and all of a sudden people are talking about it again.
No, I think you're right. It's certainly an exciting time for the sector and the space. I've been in the project finance infrastructure markets for over 2 decades, and the momentum just in the last year and 2 years is incredible, both from macro tailwinds of decarbonization, digitalization, demographics, all those shifts creating this natural need, tied with exactly what you described on high interest rate environments that create opportunity sets for investors and clients. And when you think about the macro need, there's a statistic out there of 90 trillion of investment needs over the next 15 years.
Right.
Of that, about 15 trillion of a funding gap. So it's really an incredible time, and all the tailwinds are supporting that growth.
I love this, and I want to ask you, I want to kind of dig into some of what you said. You know, we have a Going Private newsletter, and it said money managers rush to invest in the world's essential plumbing. And it talked about alt investors, alternative investors. They want in on infrastructure. When you talk about the decarbonization, I think, again, we get kind of this this American perspective, U.S. perspective, because of some of the policies coming out of the White House, that's it in terms of the green environment.
Sure.
But that's not the case globally, is it?
No, I think you're right. I think there's just this natural competitive dynamic of renewable generation and energy transition, and even natural gas being part of the energy transition thesis. And so it's midstreams, it's pipelines, it's gas generation, it's renewable power, it's batteries. It's sort of all of that together to really modernize the energy and electric grids globally.
Right.
And then also an interest in doing good and in sort of creating a macro environment to support broader policies. And so I think there's a lot of activity in energy and renewables and other sectors, but that's certainly a theme that hasn't slowed down.
Right.
Because there's a natural need.
Well, especially when you think about the AI data centers.
Exactly.
I mean, people are talking about nuclear again, right?
That's right.
In a way that we haven't heard in terms of for years. You guys actually did your own research, the Infrastructure Investors LP Perspective Study for 2025. It's an annual barometer of investor confidence. Talk to us about some of the findings of that research.
Yeah, it's interesting. Infrastructure tends to be a safe haven a bit from an investor lens, right? It's hard assets, it's collateralized, it's deals that are essential to local economies. It moves peoples, moves goods, water, utility. Think of sort of core infrastructure that drives economies. And I think there's just a continued interest in the sector because of the growth in the need and the safe havenness of these assets. Right. It's driven by stable, predictable cash flows. You continue to need airports, you continue to need ports, roads, and it's been proven through the GFC, through the COVID pandemic, the resiliency of the sector really has shined through.
And the money's going to be there? I mean, like, it's the investment base, it's also governments committing more money to this, aren't they?
That's right. Yeah, I mentioned the 90 trillion number of that. When we calculate the funding gap, it's about $15 trillion of private sector needs.
Right.
And so with the combination of public sector and private sector growth, that should fill that gap.
How much is the global supply chain, the conversations we are having so often today, obviously the news that comes out of the White House in terms of tariffs and trades, but I also think it really started back after the global pandemic where people were like, wait a minute, our exposure, we've got to kind of broaden out so that we're not so vulnerable. So tell us a little bit about pandemic, but then kind of how that has continued.
Yeah, no, I think it's a sector that's viewed to be recession resilient and economic cycle resilient. It's because of what we just talked about in terms of essential assets and the flow of cash. So I think that trend has not slowed down. Away from seaports, which are impacted certainly by global trade, all other sectors are pretty resilient and self-sustaining within their geographic location. So we don't see a dramatic impact. Greenfield and development phase assets certainly could have some impact to cost. But beyond that, the resiliency of operating assets is quite remarkable.
But is there expected, Nancy, that there's going to be an additional build of people? You know, obviously President Trump talks so much about, the investment coming into the United States. Do you guys really expect, as, talk to Apple? I mean, they slowly were doing things, it sounds like, in India, and all of a sudden they're like, hey, we can supply all the iPhones you need in the United States out of India. Like, it felt like it came out of nowhere, but they've obviously been doing this. But the builds are not easy. It's not like you flip a switch. So do you guys anticipate that will be part of the real estate play going forward because people are doing redundant global supply chains, although that's costly for a company?
It is. I think there is a blend for both. There's a world where you do have onshoring, and there's a world where you do need both. And so we do feel optimistic. You're absolutely right. It's going to take multiple years and decades for the scale of some of these assets to actually get developed. But that theme is there and the trend is there. So we think, and that's across the world, right? Not just here. And so I do think that creates growth and momentum, but it's going to shift a little bit of where capital flows go.
Talk to us a little bit about the finance and capital structure that we're seeing in infrastructure deals today. What do they look like?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's become a very creative subsector, I would say, in the sense of clients and private credit more broadly, right? You've got...
I knew you were going to go to private credit because anytime it's creative, it's private credit.
There's investment grade, traditional long duration, insurance capital, right? That's the bread and butter of infrastructure. And then there's the high yield infrastructure universe where there's creativity in terms of subordination solutions on core infrastructure or more technology risk perhaps or development risk perhaps. So there is a place for every client appetite, in my opinion, depending on duration needs and target yields. We can create very bespoke, customized solutions. So
when it comes to I keep asking all of your team, not 6 to 12 months, because real estate is just such a longer play. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like there's optimism, first of all, right? Despite the concerns and the volatility that we've seen, it sounds like when it comes to real estate, it's a lot more calmer. Maybe it is because of those longer term plays. And when you're dealing with private credit or private money, right? Those investments kind of don't move in and out so much.
There is a little bit more resilience and stickiness to investment thesis, and you're investing into the long duration of these assets. So you're absolutely right. The short-term volatility, there is just fluidity in that you can pause and you can step back and evaluate, but that doesn't slow down the activity. Anytime there's public market disruption, that tends to help in terms of private sector.
You said you started, and I like to kind of go back, is that you've been doing this for a while, and I love folks that have seen different cycles. How are you thinking about this cycle when it comes to real estate?
Yeah, I think it's from an infrastructure real estate lens.
Infrastructure,
particularly. Yeah. From my lens, it's a really incredible time. You mentioned the comments at Milken. I think the growth is there, the need is there, it's essential, and the capital is eager and excited. So it's really the stars aligning for the sector. That's part of the reason Principal has made such a concerted effort into building out this capability and augment what we are already doing in private debt in a meaningful way. So I think that theme continues, and it is quite positive and exciting, I think, in the realm of everything else going on.
And I think it's safe to say that when it comes to infrastructure, I mean, there are just projects that just need to be done.
Exactly. Yes, there's roads that need CapEx. There is power needs with the data center build-outs in the country. There's just very critical, essential needs. Anybody driving or flying in this country is appreciative of the capital expenses needed to upgrade some of the infrastructure.
It's funny that you say that. I think about like going through the airports now, certainly the New York metro area, and it's just for so long that it was just so terrible. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, wait a minute.
Yes.
It's finally happening.
Yes.
And it's really great stuff. Nancy, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you for actually hosting us. We really appreciate it. Nancy Patel, Senior Managing Director, Head of Infrastructure Debt at Principal Asset Management here at the Principal Real Estate Conference in Arizona. All right, folks, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week Daily for an update on the trade. Let's go back to Amy Moore.
All right, thank you, Carol. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. President Trump announced a trade framework with the U.K., which will bring down barriers and expand market access for American imports. The pact is limited in scope. It keeps a 10% baseline tariff. It also allows U.K. manufacturers to send 100,000 cars into the U.S. under a 10% tariff, and there's some other provisions as well. They're still working out the final details. We bring you the closing numbers each day here at Bloomberg. S&P gained 33 points, NASDAQ up 190 points, the Dow gained 254 points, the 10-year Treasury yield at 4.38%, the 2-year yield at 3.89%, Bitcoin topping 101,000, now nearly 5% higher. Actually, now it's 5.5% higher. WTI about 3.5% higher, trading at about $60 per barrel. Brent crude up a little more than 3%, trading about $63 per barrel. Pinterest shares 13% higher in after-hours trading after that company reported sales above estimates. Lyft shares jumped 11% after its first quarter earnings topped estimates. Shares now about 6% higher in the post-market. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. We go back now to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. Tim's back in New York. I'm here in Arizona, and I'm here at the Principal Real Estate Conference that's been underway. I want to jump right in and get to our next guest. He's Kamal Bhatia. He's President and CEO of Principal Asset Management. Kamal, it's been really fun talking with your team because I think amid uncertainty, volatility, you know, when you think about some of these asset classes like real estate, investors are in it for the long term. So there is a sense of calm and understanding that we're going to go through cycles. Talk to us a little bit about, you know, your check-ins with your team on a regular basis amid kind of the backdrop that we've had.
Absolutely. First of all, Carol, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
In Arizona, it's an honor. You know, real estate is the heart of our business. We're one of the biggest managers in the world, and it's great to have Bloomberg join us here at our premier conference. So thank you for that.
You guys have been doing it for a quarter of a century.
We have been. We have some experience through market cycles, which probably matters more than ever before.
Yeah.
So to your question, I think, you know, sort of uncertainty seems to be the most commonly used word these days. And I would say probably the word I want to focus on is clarity, because as investors, I think that probably is the more important word to focus on, what you can get clarity on and what you can get clarity on.
Right.
In fact, one of the things when you really think about long-term trends, because there's a lot of short-term noise, the two things I think we can have absolute clarity on is the world is aging and there is money in motion in retirement. And I think if you really think about the needs of those investors in retirement, which we are a premier manager, almost $320 billion of our assets sit in retirement, the needs for those investors are like only getting more important. And if you really bring that back to an investing landscape, with what we have now is in the trade wars, deglobalization, the one thing that is clear to us is you have to have local knowledge and footprint as you navigate this environment. You can't run portfolios just with a U.S. mindset. You got to have intelligence on the ground.
Right.
If you're trying to do something in Asia, you're trying to do something in Europe. And that's been the key thing that I would tell investors need to focus more and more on. Local knowledge and clarity on what's happening in the local geographies is going to be way more important than it's been in the past.
I think that is so smart because I do think, we throw out global real estate. I've said this a couple of times in the conversations today as a bucket, but there's just so many different dicing and slicing of it, if you will, in terms of the different types that are out there. One of the things I am also curious, you guys have been doing this for a long time, and it just felt so uncomfortable, but you think of something like the Great Financial Crisis. This is nothing like what we saw during the GFC, right? When it comes to real estate and just in general market volatility.
Correct. And look, I think we've had such ultimate calm on what I would call political policy. We over post GFC, so much of our attention went to fiscal and monetary policy. I would say monetary policy more than anything else.
Right.
And fiscal policy comes into vogue on and off, but it was really monetary policy was the driver of what all investors thought about. And now I think we are entering an era where I would say political policy and fiscal policy are going to be the driving forces of markets moving forward. And it's sort of, you have to recalibrate your mind.
Is that a better thing in your view?
I think it's a different thing.
Okay.
I wouldn't call it a better thing.
Okay.
I think we have gotten used to, I go back to this word around clarity, central bankers became very, very good at providing clarity.
Yeah.
If you look at the history of how investors have reacted, such attention gets paid to interest rates, what central bankers say, and that sort of became the words they chose and how they said it, allowed investors to build a framework and invest around it. While we can rely on that,
right,
it is you can get the same level of clarity from the political policy today, not just in the U.S., but across the world. And the fiscal policy is much more in control of government organizations. And so you have to do a lot of individual work and incremental work as an investor if you want to see clarity. And I think it's going to be good for markets. Why it is going to be good for markets in my mind is we've had sort of a collective viewpoint of where markets are going. And I think there's a bigger dispersion in investors who think where the world is going.
It's interesting that dispersion. I feel like that is a word I am hearing more and more often in terms of just the variations. And you've really got to kind of do your homework. I want to go back to what you talked a little bit about, aging, longevity, retirement, the democratization of especially the private markets. Is that going to increasingly, whether it's exposure to real estate or other, important for ultimately folks really hitting their targets when it comes to retirement? And what do you want to see in terms of policies?
Absolutely. Great question. So I was just earlier this week at Milken, and that was a big topic. Private markets. Before that, I'm on the ICI board, Carol, and that's become a topic there. So this notion of retirement and private markets overall is a big topic. But I would say the three big trends in the retirement space are, in addition to private markets, there is innovation. And innovation is not just investment innovation. There is technological innovation that will play a role for these products to deliver their outcome. And then the last piece is I go back to policy. These markets are highly dependent on where regulatory policy evolves. And I would say the retirement investor is absolutely not participating in private markets today. They're almost like sitting on the sidelines stuck because there's no clarity on the regulatory policy front of how they should access this. And while there is innovation of how to do it, it is not there yet. Going back to real estate, I would say it is probably the first door you have to enter if you want to allow private markets.
Interesting.
And as an investor, it should be really easy to understand.
Why?
And exactly. I would say of all the asset classes, real estate is probably the most different from bonds and stocks. people talk about private equity, people talk about private credit. They are different, but they're not that different. Real estate at the core is different. And so why are we going to do this? It's all about outcomes. So you want to add things that diversify you further.
Right.
So real estate, makes the first logical argument, and academic literature even says that. It's you got to pick the most diversifying asset first. So that one makes sense. Two, it is deeply global, and it is wide and deep. Real estate exists all across the world. We have REIT markets. And so the second thing you want to have is, if you want to do it in retirement portfolios, you want to have public and private proxies for doing something.
Yeah.
Real estate is one of those asset classes. You could buy direct, or you could do REITs. You could buy bonds, or you could do equity. It is a complete 360 asset class. And at the end of the day, the saver, which is really mom and pops who are saving for retirement, want to have an asset class that's deep, and you can implement your views across the world in a good way. That's probably the best reason I would argue.
It's funny, at Milken and one of the guests, I said, is there going to be a period where, we don't really care about the public markets anymore? And, they looked at me like I was, what are you saying? But it just increasingly, the shift. Private markets has certainly been a topic, as you know, at Milken for a long time, whether it's real estate, pick your thing.
Yes.
And I just wonder, how are the majority of investors, 401ks, like your mom and pop, what they are missing out on?
Yeah, so I would say what they're really missing on is having access to all asset classes. And as you said, they're largely in publics, but public will have to be the core of the portfolio. You need to manage liquidity in these portfolios, and it is by far the biggest component of market access today is in public markets.
Just got about 30 seconds left here. Real quickly, Secretary Bessent kicked off Milken talking about American exceptionalism, basically best place for the U.S.
Yes.
How do you see it? Because you look at real estate from a global perspective.
So here's what I would say. I think...
Just quickly.
Yes, just quickly. America will remain exceptional in technology, not sure about every sector of the economy.
All right. You are quick. You know how to take cues. Really, really appreciate it. And it feels like a lot more optimism.
A lot more optimism.
Than some of the uncertainty and concerns. Kamal, perfect way for us to wrap up our coverage.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you so much for inviting us. Really enjoyed the conversations. Kamal Bhatia, he's President and CEO of Principal Asset Management. And that does wrap up our coverage from Arizona, the Principal Real Estate Conference here. Some great conversations. If you missed any of them, check them out on the Bloomberg at Bloomberg.com. Coming up, Tim, with Stocks on the Move.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Masser wrapping up coverage from the Principal Real Estate Conference in Arizona. She's headed back to New York for a long and awaited and much deserved day off tomorrow after getting off that red eye. Big thank you to Carol for holding down the fort on the road this week. Great Milken coverage. If you missed any of it, you can check it out at Bloomberg.com and on the Bloomberg terminal as well. As far as today looked, we did see stocks end up higher, even though they lost a little bit of momentum late in the trade. The S&P 500 up 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite up more than 1%. The Dow up 0.6%. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. I'm Tim Stenivek, and we're joined by a Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter, Emily Grafeo. She's out in San Francisco, and she has been watching everything happening in today's session and also the after hours. Emily, what is on your radar?
Okay, so I'm looking at shares of Lyft right now because in the post-market, they're up almost 8%. They reported better than expected gross bookings in the first quarter of $4.16 billion. And also riders increased 16% from a year earlier. The reason why I'm flagging this one is because this is a really sharp contrast to the results that we saw from Uber. Uber just the other day posted slower than expected gross bookings, and they had cited a decline in U.S. inbound travel. So less tourists coming into the U.S., less people taking Ubers. I guess now more people taking Lyft. Now, Tim, you probably knew this, but I actually didn't realize how much smaller in size Lyft is. Their market cap is about $5 billion. Compared to Uber's, which is $172 billion. So they're often referred to as competitors, but Lyft is a small cap stock, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think if you think globally, Uber has a much bigger global footprint, even though over the last few years under Dara Khosrowshahi, it has shed some of those international businesses. Lyft is still so focused on the U.S., but I think in the U.S. market, which is a huge market, make no mistake, these two things are essentially commodities. I mean, are you a Uber person or are you a Lyft person? What are you?
So I'm a person that every time I need a ride, I just open both of the apps.
There we go.
Whichever one is cheaper, I just pick it. I'm not really brand loyal to these companies. I mean, I have both apps on my phone. It's interesting also when you look at the stock performances because Lyft was essentially flat year to date. It was actually outperforming the small cap index, which is down year to date, the Russell. And then Uber is up 36% year to date. So, I mean, these are, they're competitors, but at least for this year, like Uber's doing better more broadly. But right now, for earnings, Lyft is ahead.
You illustrated my point perfectly about these things being commodities when you said you opened both of them to see which one is cheaper. Hey, real quick, when you come back to New York, you land at the airport. The local secret is to get a yellow cab because there's not a line there and you don't have to drive or walk very far to get an Uber or Lyft. That's just what I do. I don't know what you do.
That's true. No, I do like the convenience of just being able to get out of the airport and then get in a vehicle. And then, I don't know, I just hate the act of waiting for the car to pull up and not knowing where it is. And, I'm a little impatient.
Yeah, these are the problems of the travelers, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, well, AppLovin, another company that is that you're looking at today. What's going on with AppLovin?
Yes, so in the regular trading session, it rose 12%. They had pretty good earnings. The company reported EPS and sales above estimates. This is an AI-powered advertising tech platform. EPS beat, revenue of $1.48 billion also beat. And this was really interesting from the street. There were a lot of positive comments from Wall Street. Sometimes after earnings, people have really strong opinions about companies. William Blair said, "We have covered technology stocks for nearly 25 years and have never covered a company with this margin profile."
Wow.
So keep an eye on the margins here from AppLovin. Again, this is an AI play. They also agreed to sell their mobile gaming business to Triple Dot Studios in a deal worth $400 million. So the momentum today in the stock seemed to be both related to that deal news and then also the better than expected earnings and margin excitement, Tim.
Can I just remind everybody that this stock rose 700% in 2024, and in 2023 was up 278%.
Yeah, that's wild.
It's wild. Okay, Coinbase, crypto.
Okay.
What's going on?
Yes. So today in the regular trading session, Coinbase was moving higher. But today it reported earnings. So now in the post-market trade, it's down about 3% currently. Their first quarter total revenue and then their second quarter forecast for subscription and services revenue missed estimates. We know this earnings season, it's kind of all about what are these companies expecting going forward as tariffs and the trade war continue to roil their way through markets and the economy. They see subscription and services revenue 600 million to 680 million versus estimates of 707.8 million. This is a cryptocurrency exchange, but just like a lot of companies, this is not the market where investors are rewarding stocks that miss on the guidance. That's been really important this earnings season. The company also got a boost today in the regular trading session because Bitcoin had such a great trade today. It topped 100,000 for the first time in several weeks, and often we see when Bitcoin does well, the crypto-linked stocks like exchanges do well in addition.
Yeah, it's been remarkable seeing what's happened to Bitcoin over the last month. Emily Griffeo, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. For more conversations like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. That is going to do it for Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Balance of Power starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons. Tonight, President Trump announces a trade framework with the UK, hailing the first deal as a breakthrough that will bring down barriers and expand market access for American imports.
This is a maxed out deal that we're going to make bigger, and we make it bigger through growth. I think it's going to be something very special for UK and special for the United States.
U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick will join us with more, and we'll discuss what it means for the UK, the EU, and the rest of the world with former British Ambassador Peter Westmacott. Plus, Chinese President Xi meets with Russia's President Putin in Moscow, as President Trump says the U.S. is now calling for an unconditional 30-day ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. Trump also pushing here at home for Congress to implement a new 39.6% tax rate on people making more than $2.5 million, adding fuel to an already hot budget reconciliation fight. And history is made in Rome as Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost is elected the first ever American Pope, choosing the name Leo XIV. And joining me for the hour on this Thursday evening is Bloomberg's Saleha Mohsin. Great to have you here, Saleha, on a historic day, not just because we have the first American Pope, but we also have the first post-Liberation Day trade deal between the U.S. and a major partner.
And it's going to be a busy couple of days, Kaylee. We also have Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent rushing over to Switzerland, meeting with Chinese officials, so maybe there's a thaw there.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, but we want to get the latest on these trade conversations and begin tonight with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, who is joining us now live from the White House North Lawn. Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Kaylee. Well, President Trump says that the details of this agreement are still being written up, but will be finalized in the coming weeks. So we should caveat that the negotiations are, of course, still ongoing. We've heard the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent before characterize this as potentially an agreement in principle. That's the sort of words that we've heard the administration use before. But in the Oval Office earlier today, President Trump said it's going to be one of many.
Today's agreement with the UK is the first in a series of agreements on trade that my administration has been negotiating over the past 4 weeks. With this deal, the UK joins the United States in affirming that reciprocity and fairness is an essential and vital principle.
The deal keeps in place the 10% baseline tariff, but when it comes to sector-specific tariffs, the U.S. will reduce the 25% steel and aluminum tariff down to 0, and the U.K. will also be allowed to send 100,000 cars into the U.S. under a 10% tariff. It's our understanding the United Kingdom will also get preferential treatment on future sector-specific tariffs. We're expecting like pharmaceutical, lumber, and chips down the road. Now, keep in mind, the U.S. and the U.K. have a broadly balanced trade relationship, but the deal will increase market access for U.S. goods, including in some key industries such as industrials, think things like machinery, also ethanol. The UK is going to drop their tariff there, chemicals, and then importantly, the agricultural sector. The Agriculture Secretary was there in the Oval Office and said that this will impact U.S. beef imports into the United Kingdong. Longest sticking point between these two countries. The United Kingdom says they are not lowering their food standards to bring in these imports. How the U.S. plans to enforce this agreement remains to be seen. But Kaylee, of course, importantly, we've been watching those non-tariff barriers closely. It appears that any changes on the UK's digital services tax is not included in this agreement.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, thank you so much. And now we want to hear directly from the administration on this. Joining us also from the North Lawn at the White House, live here on Bloomberg TV and radio, is Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Mr. Secretary, we appreciate your time as we consider the deals that have yet to be made with other trading partners. Is the message this one sends to them that sectoral tariffs are up for negotiation, but that 10% base rate is not?
Right. So reciprocal tariffs, if you think about it, is how open is your economy to our exports? How fair is it to our exports? What kind of trade deficit do you do? And that sets that line. So 10% is the bottom line for that. But as the president said, many of those will be higher. Of course, you can bring them down by opening your government, opening your economy to U.S. exports. And then the sectoral tariffs. That's where you can be super smart if you're opening your market to us. And that's what the UK did. The UK said, I'm going to let you export into the UK $5 billion more of services. That's great for American exports. We'll pay you $6 billion in tariffs, but help us out on cars. And steel and aluminum, they were never our problem. They nationalized their steel industry. They don't really have much of a steel industry. They agreed to come on and do it with us. So they're going to put the same kind of tariffs, the same kind of quotas, keep out the bad guys, and let's build our steel and aluminum industries inside our walled countries together. And these are sort of the key parts of being super smart, being super rigorous, and trying to figure out the right answer, how to do trade deals that no one's ever done before.
You're talking about the rigor here, but Secretary Lutnick, tell us a little bit about what the China angle is with the U.S.-UK agreement. We've heard that China should be pressured by some of these countries that the U.S. strikes up agreements with.
Yeah, that's not our strategy at all. I want to be clear, that is not our strategy. Our strategy is to do fair and reciprocal trade, to open these markets to trade. And that's what we're going to do. Now, there are some countries that have huge trade deficits with China and huge trade surpluses with us. Like, take Vietnam, right? They buy $85 billion worth of goods on a trade deficit with China, and then they run $110 or $105 or $110 billion trade surplus with us as they assemble those things and ship it to us. So Vietnam's got issues, Thailand's got issues. All those countries that are really China's proxies to us are going to have issues, because our view is going to be whatever the tariff results on China should be their tariff on their business with them. Now, probably the most interesting country I can tell you that has a huge trade deficit with China and a huge trade surplus with us is the European Union. And no one thinks about that, but a huge amount of the European Union is really a tariff arbitrage from China through the European Union into the American economy. And that is one of those sort of really, really interesting sticking points when we sit down and we talk to the European Union.
And what's the goal with the UK when it comes to China? Is there an expectation that then the UK should actually also be pressing China?
No, not so much. We're not with the UK. Again, we had a balanced budget. It was really about our exports. We are not focused in sort of this singling out China, any of that stuff. That's just not the president's goal. The president's goal is to drive the American economy. Hopefully, the meetings this weekend will de-escalate things and put things back on the right track with China and the U.S. on trade. But our objective with all these countries is whatever rate we set for China should be for the countries that trade with China and send it into us. That should be about the same for those two. That makes some sense. And otherwise, let's grow our exports and let's grow our tariff revenues. Yeah. Let's grow our exports and let's take this trade deficit down. Remember, if you have a $1.2 trillion trade deficit and you cut it to $900 billion, you only cut it 25%, you grow our GDP 1%. Imagine the guy sitting in the building behind me grows our economy 1%, and then you bring in all these building, right? The trillions and trillions of investment. That's probably going to bring 2 points of GDP. No one ever thinks about the fact that the U.S. our economy grows similar to everybody else. And you know why? Because we export 4 points a year of GDP growth to the rest of the world. When Donald Trump brings that home, you're going to see our economy grow like fire. And that's what he's talking about, and that's what he talked about today.
Well, Mr. Secretary, in your last answer, you referred to a few other trading partners, the European Union, Vietnam, you also called out. Is that where we should look to see the next deal emerge, or are we likely to see other partners like Japan and India first?
Well, I think we would like to do one in Asia so we can show that kind of arrangement. We want to do one in Latin America. We're trying to show people a framework of how to do business so that we can roll much more quickly, right? So once you do one trade in Latin America, you do one in the Caribbean, you can then say, look, here's a template. Why don't you all think about it and see, does that work for you? And if you want to modify it, modify it. But then what will happen is we'll do one and then we'll do 10, and then we'll do one and then we'll do 15. Right? And we want to do big, but obviously when you talk about Japan, I mean, come on, you've got to spend an enormous amount of time with Japan, Korea. These are not going to be fast deals. Now, India's been leaning in really hard, right? I love doing a deal with India. That's certainly a possibility, but this is a lot of work. These are a lot of lines. Remember, this was not sort of just a gloss over handshake trade deal. This was 2,600 lines of tariffs changing, modifying, and coming down. And, when you talk about India, it's probably 7,000 lines. It just takes time, and it just takes work. So give us a chance. Don't be pushing and rushing. But let me tell you, each one of these trade deals is going to feel the same. You're going to feel huge export opportunity coming from America, huge tariff revenue coming in, right? And a dramatic improvement of the United States economy as we reshore the industrial base of America.
Mr. Secretary, should we see the deal between the U.S. and UK as basically a roadmap or a blueprint of how future trade deals in the next 2 months will look?
Exactly right. So people understand, okay, there's the baseline. If you want your reciprocal tariff rate low, you've got to attack the trade deficit. You've got to open your market. You've got to let us export. You got to have those things be together. And then if you want to talk and really be smart and really be thoughtful, then let's talk sectorial tariffs. So open your market big. And then if you want to talk to us, we'll try to come up with the smartest answer like we did with the UK, right? They want to sell Rolls-Royce engines to Boeing, right? So we made a deal and said, you know what? You can sell your parts to Boeing tariff-free. Airbus makes planes in America. You can sell those parts tariff-free. And then what happens with it? They buy $10 billion worth of Boeing planes today as part of the deal. So this is the kind, when you have the right partner, you can come up with really, really smart, thoughtful, and rigorous trade deal like we've done with the UK.
Well, and as you've alluded to, Mr. Secretary, you believe this will result in higher revenue for the United States. If we're going to get all this revenue from tariffs, why would the president be pushing for higher taxes on anybody? Because our understanding is for the wealthy, he's looking at a new rate of 39.6%, and I thought the Republican Party didn't stand for that kind of thing.
Well, you realize that the tariff revenues doesn't count toward the reconciliation numbers. Don't ask why. I can't understand why. We're running at like 20, 25 billion a month, and they're not counting it, but we'll leave that aside for another day. This is Washington. They have their own accounting practices. So The president's trying to make sure he gets no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. And if he says, look, the richest Americans, remember, he cut it from 39.6 to 37. So if he just goes back to what he did last time, you know, I'm in favor of that. I think it's smart, as long as it's a redistribution to his priorities of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. I think it's smart. But what you'll see next year is you'll see the revenues from tariffs are so great and our deficit is lower. Then you've got the gold, you know, the Trump card coming out, and that's going to raise revenues and drive that lower. And you're going to see interest rates lower. You're going to see the deficit lower. And next year is going to be one happy year.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, thank you so much for joining.
It was really fun to be with you.
Coming up, we'll continue our conversation regarding this trade framework and the trade impact on the relationship between the two nations with Peter Westmacott, former British ambassador to the U.S., France, and Turkey. Next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
I believe that serious, pragmatic, in-the-room negotiations acting in the national interest are far better than performative politics, people slamming the door, floundering out, being performative but not actually delivering for working people. And I'll continue in the same vein. We've had 2 trade deals this week by acting in that way.
That was British Prime Minister Keir Starmer in his press conference earlier today, following the announcement of a U.S.-UK trade framework. And joining us now for more on Bloomberg TV and Radio for a closer look at the deal itself and what it signals about the relationship between the two countries is Peter Westmacott, former British ambassador to the U.S., France, and Turkey. Mr. Ambassador, thanks for being here on Balance of Power. President Trump today framed this deal as a good one for both sides. But do you think the UK got a good bargain with this?
I think it's much better than what we might have had, and it's much better than the situation that existed before this deal was struck. So in that respect, yes. And for Keir Starmer, who is a somewhat beleaguered prime minister who's been under attack for a number of the failings, if you like, of his own government, this is a good day. He's had a deal with India, which is a very important market and commercial partner for the UK just a couple of days ago. And with the United States, this makes a big difference. Symbolically, it's been concluded on what we call VE Day, Victory in Europe Day, which is 80 years to the day since the end of the war in Europe, which was made possible by an extraordinarily close partnership between the United States and United Kingdom. So it's full of symbolism. It's a great time to do it. And so the Prime Minister, quite rightly, is talking it up. Now, all that said, we've still got a base of 10% tariffs, which was not there before, on our trade with the United States, and tariffs on the whole are an impediment to free trade. But it's much, much better, let's say, for the automobile industry, to take one example, which is £9 billion worth of exports to the United States, which is not insignificant, and most of it pretty high-end, top high-quality vehicles. To come down from a tariff of 27.5% to 10 makes life a lot easier for the automobile manufacturers. And the fact that, as far as I can work out, aluminium and steel exports, which are not enormous statistically, I think they are zero rated under the new arrangement, though somebody told me that it's still got 10%. I'm not quite clear about that. And for the aerospace industry, the fact that it so happens that British Airways parent company, IAG, were negotiating to buy $10 billion worth of Boeing aircraft, and that makes it possible for the Rolls-Royce components and engines going on those planes to be exported to America tariff-free. That is a boost to an industry which was also in some difficulty. So we'd rather have no tariffs, but this is a lot better than it was, and symbolic importance for a number of critical sectors.
Sir, could we see that this paves the way for a relationship between Starmer and Trump to actually lead to more foreign policy coordination, particularly when it comes to Ukraine?
I think from the Prime Minister's point of view, as he was saying earlier in his press conference, this is a validation of his softly approach to the president. There are a number of other foreign leaders who were appalled by some of the early statements and actions taken by President Trump. Keir Starmer absolutely did not do that. In fact, no British government minister of the Starmer administration has been critical of any of the decisions taken by the Trump team, and there's been quite a lot of stroking and a certain amount of flattery, and it's gone, on the whole, pretty well. I think that a number of tricky issues have been, if not resolved, handled amicably. And there you've got President Trump today saying that there's an extraordinarily close partnership, never been closer. And that, I think, bodes well for some of the other tricky issues. At the moment, the UK and the United States are not on the same page as to how to bring to an end the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The European view and the UK view is part of that, is that I think hitherto President Trump has been a bit too ready to make concessions to Vladimir Putin to try to get him to call off the dogs, if you like. Now, most recently, there have been signs that his patience is wearing thin. Perhaps it's because he's listening to people like the British Prime Minister saying, Mr. President, don't be played by this guy. He says one thing and does another. He says he'll go along with the ceasefire, and he doesn't. He carries on slaughtering people, and his troops keep butchering and torturing and kidnapping children and so on. You must realize what's going on. And I think that the fact that all those conversations are taking place quietly and behind closed doors, if you like, rather than through a public trumpet, helps a great deal. And it's clear that the chemistry between Keir Starmer and the president is friendly, it's amicable, they get on well, they respect each other. So I think the answer to your very good question is, yeah, I think there's potential here for them to do a great deal of joint common work in a number of other areas, not just in trade policy.
Mr. Ambassador, what does this mean for Europe? Can the European Union as a bloc do what the UK has done here as easily?
Well, the European Union is 27 countries, and although trade policy is managed by the Commission, you've still got to herd cats together. You've still got to get everybody to sign off on the common approach of all those member states. So it's quite difficult to get everybody on the same page. That's point one. Point two, within the European Union, there are a lot of differing interests. There are some people who think that agriculture is absolutely critical. For other people, it's exports of motor cars from Germany. Germany. For others, it's a different critical sector. So first of all, it's very difficult because we used to try and do this, and I'm a veteran of that experience. Trying to get all the EU governments together is difficult. And then if you've got to make movements and concessions, you can't just do them instantaneously. And I gather, for example, that just last night there was a phone call from the president to the prime minister saying, well, can we have a bit of this and can we have a bit of that? And they were able to do the deal just between the two of them. So it is easier when there's just two countries and two governments dealing with these things than if you've got a whole group of them. So I think it'll be harder for the European Union. And the other thing is that's obviously a political reality is that for the president, the European Union is not his favorite outfit. Unfairly, I think, unreasonably in many respects, but he's got in his mind that somehow the European Union was set up to screw the United States. I don't believe that for a minute, but that's irrelevant. The fact is that it's going to be tricky to make those negotiations work, and that has a knock-on effect, and you're probably going to ask me this, on the UK attempts to reset its own relations with the European Union.
Peter Westmacott, former British ambassador to the U.S., France, and Turkey, thank you for joining us from Westminster. Coming up, there's officially a new pope, and he's already making history. That's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.